the experts that we should not preempt the investigations. It's a theory. The reports that came from the mob are still being finalized, and I don't want to preempt the matter beyond there.
It further said that they'll be forced to renew measures at the Chakama Ranch as the exercise is likely to take a while.
And therefore, we want to do it methodically, scientifically, lawfully, and carefully to make sure that we don't leave any of our people in this forest alive or dead. So it's going to take a bit of time, and I want to request the forbearance and indulgence of the public so that we do things to finality and conclusion.
Kindiki also defended the government's decision to block the public from the premises.
Change of tactics, the answer is yes. Every time, every week, every other so often, we are looking of better ways of quickening the search and rescue. So we've made some improvements which will be implemented this week. And as I've said, even the air support has not been ruled out, and you'll see some action perhaps towards the end of the week on that front, among other tactics that we don't want again to say publicly, because the criminals also watch television. They also listen to radio.
Pastor Ezekiel Odero's petition on the freezing of his 28 bank accounts will be determined Monday next week. And Mombasa High Court had the prosecution's responses against Ezekiel's request. Justice Olga Sewe, however, made a ruling on Ezekiel's charge, which was closed last month following police investigations to be reopened. The pastor's lawyer, Cliff Ombeta, has expressed confidence that the court will rule in their favor.
State has agreed that the church is not closed. They are not going to interfere with anything to do with the activities of the church, including the prayers and the functions of the church that are going to go on this week until Sunday, when they call it Messiah. They said the officers who will be present at that particular place will be there to provide security and nothing more than that. On the other issues regarding the television, the court is also going to make a decision on it. We are not going to preempt, but I can say very clearly that the Communication Authority of Kenya did not present any person or did not bring any affidavit or any application or anything to rebut what we had said.
The rulings come barely a week after the pastor was released on a 3 million shillings bond by a Shanzu court. And the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union has issued a 30-day notice to the government to pay medical intern salaries. Union Secretary General Davji Atela says the interns have not been paid since January, despite them serving patients across public hospitals. Atela also expressed concern over the proposed Finance Bill 2023, saying the employees' salaries had been raided by tax authorities. And a Form 2 student was shot dead in Kisumu as she was going home after shopping ahead of school's reopening. Locals said the girl was hit by a bullet when police opened fire to disperse a rowdy group. The shooting that sparked violent protests also left 2 other people with gunshot wounds.
Tukaenda hivi tukakimbia, wapia wakavuruta hiyo gari wakaenda nayo. Sasa tukangangania kutoa watu kwa njia tukimbize OC. Ndio tukakimbiza, watu wawili wamekufa, lakini mtu mmoja tujui vile ako sahi.
President William Ruto and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have signed several MOUs that will see ties between the two countries evolve into a transformational partnership. Ruto, while speaking in Israel, said the agreements will deepen cooperation, enhance connectivity, and broaden the range of Kenya's exports.
We now have 22 MOUs, the largest memorandum of understanding with any country, that has expanded our relations, deepened our ties from education to agriculture to defense and many other areas. We have many people trained in Israel in our agricultural sector. We have huge cooperation in our defense and intelligence that has enabled us to deal with the challenge of terrorism and to improve our training of our security personnel.
Now, Kenya risks losing a 3.7 billion shillings worth of anti-malaria nets from the Global Fund due to a bungled procurement process by the Ministry of Health. The process handled by the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency has been flagged by the Global Fund as being irregular, with the fund seeking to move the processes to its own procurement. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done.
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aye, City. Do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda. What are they saying?
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of God.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
Now, I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Wednesday. What are we looking at in terms of traffic this morning? A little bit of it building up here and there. We're looking at Uhuru Highway, which looks quite busy as you're getting towards the junction at Haile Selassie. Incoming traffic from Gong Road and the other end of things from Kamkunji, not too bad. It's building up on Jogoro this morning, getting into the city. We're looking at some of it coming off the Thika Superhighway. But we're just at a few minutes after 6 o'clock, so it's not so bad this morning, right? It will build up later, this we know. Let's talk on Spice FMKE on Twitter. Want to keep things moving this morning. Let us know what's going on where you are. If you're stuck, let us know. If you find a good route, let us know that as well.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
Oh yes, indeed it is. How you doing? Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. We're back. It's 10 minutes after 6 on this 10th day of May 2023. Just like that, we're back. What's up?
It's 10th of May.
Yeah, imagine.
Imagine, years of Merry Christmas. Huh?
Like that.
Yeah.
Next thing, Christmas. Next, we are over the year 2024. How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
You feeling much better?
Much better.
Where that
don't sound like a frog.
Hey. So we were out yesterday because we were just out and out.
Crook school.
Oh, yes. Bad case of the Homa. But the city Muga will take a bit more time. We told him, you just relax. You take it easy. You take it easy. We can afford to croak. You cannot. You don't croak. You don't sound good when you croak. People don't like you when you croak.
Wow.
You're better when you don't. Yeah, and so that's why we were not able to be on air yesterday. We're back today, and we are happy and grateful to be back here. Your day was good?
It was.
It was raining yesterday.
It did that thing, you know,
Yeah?
it did the drizzle and it was kind of icy in the morning. And then back, the rain was chasing us.
Where? Helter Skelter and all those things that come with helters.
It's going to continue, you know. Well into this month, we're going to see the rains continue.
They have promised that?
Yeah, but they told us.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness.
So we should expect it for the better part of May.
Yeah?
That's what it looks like it's going to be.
This is how it's going to be like. Maisha had to waste kupari.
The heavens have decided. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Anyway, we shall survive.
What was that like any?
Mimi niko sawa. Nashukuru Mungu.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling better. And I'm happy.
So
let me tell you what we'll be discussing today. At 7 a.m., we'll be joined by the Member of Parliament for Mogotio constituency. His name is Ruben Kibore. Kibore will be coming to talk to us about the state of things, the way they are going. All right. Right now, everybody is up in arms about cost of living, and then the finance bill comes, and the finance bill seems to be doing what? To be easing the cost of living towards the more difficult sides. And people are just wondering, okay, wait a minute.
what on earth is going on?
What are these guys promising when they were campaigning? They're going to make things easier. So did the Kenya Kwanza overpromise? Or are they just doing what needs to be done? Kiborek will be here and he'll be joining us for that conversation. That's at 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, let's talk about Jubilee. So Jubilee, there's a Secretary General and there's an Acting Secretary General. The Acting Secretary General, on the other side, is the Organizing Secretary or Director of Elections.
Whiplash.
The Director of Elections, who's also the Acting Secretary General of Jubilee, Kanini Kega, has placed an advert in the papers saying, no. Somebody has called for National Delegates Conference. No. We are not. No. Jubilee is not having a National Delegates Conference and all those things. So, one of the Jubilee people, who is a former Nyeri Town MP, Ngonjiri Wambogo, will be joining us at 8 a.m. Let's understand what's happening from the inside. Jubilee Party wrangles, and Ngonjiri says Uhuru needs to take a back seat. You chill. Uhuru needs to take a back seat.
That's what Ngonjiri is saying.
That's what Ngonjiri is saying. So he'll come and tell us why.
How can you take a back seat and your house is burning?
Yeah, he's the party leader.
And then?
Surely. Or you tell a leader to go to the back. Hiya. At 9 o'clock, let's talk about something that is very big. Postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. What are those, Ndu?
Postpartum depression, so postpartum after birth, right? And you'd be surprised at the number of women who go through a horrible, horrible time after having given birth. It's supposed to be a time of joy. You had a baby, blah, blah, isn't it? Well, your hormones are all over the place, number one. Situations around you, in a lot of cases, are also all over the place. And nobody realizes in what should be a time of joy is actually a time of torture for more women than not. Interestingly enough, more women than not who've just had a baby go into this tormentous time of depression. And we have seen many stories come out in the recent past where women give up their children, women throw these babies away, women kill these children. And we don't realize just how bad it is. So we're going to have a chat.
And how long does it last?
It can last for the rest of your life.
Wow.
It can.
Wow.
Yep.
Amisa Rashid Ahmed is a counseling psychologist and a mental health expert. She's also the founder and the executive director of Nivisha Foundation. She'll be with us at 9 a.m. to talk about postpartum depression. That is it for the day. It's 16 minutes after 6. We're live streaming the show. You're online, get online. Let us know where you're tuned in from. And after we take a look at the weather forecast, we shall do the do.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
You've had the luxury of living for 50 years and you cannot still explain yourself. Surely. Oh my God.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No.
It's about shaping up.
You know what the business partner here?
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the sheep in the bathtub or
the sheep man?
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a sheep. His classmate raised a hand. Teacher, are you talking about the sheep or a sheep goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning at 16, highs of 23 and lows of 15. And we'll see highs of 24 in a cloudy Nakuru at 14. At 15, it's mostly cloudy in Nyeri, highs of 23. And we'll see highs of 24 in a mostly clear Eldoret at 12. 25 degrees is what it is this morning in Mombasa. It will go to highs of 30 and lows of 24. And we'll see lows of 26 in a mostly cloudy Malindi, going to highs of 30. 19 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 27 and highs of 27. As well in a clear Kakamega at 16. It's raining this morning in Kampala. It's 20 degrees. It'll go to highs of 26 and we'll see highs of 30 in a mostly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 25. At 9 degrees, Johannesburg is clear this morning. Highs of 20 and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly cloudy Lagos at 28. At 24, it's mostly cloudy in Kinshasa. Highs of 32. Looking out into Beijing Wednesday afternoon is mostly sunny at 25 and it'll come down to lows of 15. It's mostly cloudy at 10 in Paris, highs of 16 and lows of 9, and London will see highs of 17. It's currently mostly cloudy at 12. 13 degrees and clear in New York Tuesday night, coming into Wednesday, highs of 21 and lows of 10.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning, everybody. King Dave Lubale says, I believe the flu of Enugu State vanished without a trace. Which one is the flu of Enugu State? Let me understand, first of all. Then we can know how far. What are you talking about, village uncles or how, what? Good morning. Melbourne is locked in. Make our afternoon warm and CT bathe us with wisdom. Allah. That's Mwagi. Mwagi City is, still nursing, but let's see what happens, right? Sir George Gashoire is asking, what happened yesterday? Tune in from Manchester. Well, there was a bit of a thing with the voices, but everybody's doing much better. CT is going to take some time. CT, I applaud you for your discussion to quote Somali proverbs this week. Abdullah Aiden, yes, we hear you. Tune in from Roiro is Kehaji Stern. It says, good morning, waiting for a sober conversation. Moses Nandua says, good morning. Brian Otieno says, good morning as well. Eric, unauliza swali.
Uliza.
Kwani umekata nywele tena?
Mimi? What's the photo? What photo? Mimi nimekata nywele?
Sijui.
Ati tena.
Are you not supposed? Is it supposed to be once a year in terms of occurrence, or how far? In this picture, what's the difference between now and then?
In fact, sijakata bwana. In fact, that's the, unless that is what you're like trying to tell me, that I need to visit my barber.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Yeah. Today you sound better, kabisa. Hope same for Ednah. Ednah, are you better today? She's giving you the thumbs up, so she's better today. Don't worry. Good morning from Mombasa. Good morning to you, Elizabeth Kiseu. Davis Mongare says good morning. Owen Bosiri also good morning. Brian Okoth is here. And tuning from Shakahola. That's where Bishop is this morning. All right, who else is here with us? Get well soon, CT. Joseph says good morning. Yesterday we were worried one. Tuning from the south of Australia. In a language I do not understand, Pascal is saying what I think is good morning. Mia Motley says, hey, give us early notice when you go away, Bwana. You're a very big part of some of our routines. Thank you, Sana. Wishing you a super quick recovery, CT Muga. Indeed, we'll be back. Brand spanking new. Good morning. Good to see you guys back. Jana kumbe homa iliwafanyia ile kitu. Poleni sana. It did the thing. It did. Kalosian Hid says good morning from Mukunda, following the show. Faristo Muganda is tuned in as well. Paul Ntaya is tuning from Narok. Nyakundi says good morning. Listening from Ebukwelo in Vihiga County is where Simala Sianje is. Kisumu is locked. Good to have you back. Quick recovery to CT indeed. Nakuru is where Racha is, and Mbuchi Kiamtogo says good morning. From Kericho is where Benson Mwasia is tuned in. Frank is here. Moses is tuned in. Morris is tuned in as well. Ondisha, welcome back. We missed you. Hope you all rejuvenated. Yes.
Mazi.
Tuna Jaribu. Tuko hapa. Everybody. Okay, everybody's online this morning. Everybody, we see you. If I didn't mention you, no, I see you. And good to have you guys.
Karibuni sana, Kilamutu. Okay, now that it is away, and he said proverbs are from Somalia.
Somali?
Let me give you a Somali proverb. Either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others.
Oh, shut up. Okay. Huh?
Either propose something yourself or you agree to what has been proposed by others. Okay?
Yeah. I agree.
So you ended
it should not be like that. Then keep quiet.
Shut up. What's your solution?
If you don't have, then
we're going with what has been said, what has been proposed. Higher, let's look at the headlines.
All right, let's do it on the front page of the Standard today. So your CS for Defense has written a book. And inside this book, so many things have been said. The president apparently talked about his problem with Uhuru. This is in the book. The president, in a candid forward in the book, for the record, opens up as to where the rain started beating his relationship with the former president and why he thinks it all went south. All right, so look at a little bit of that later. Shakahola mystery deepens as 21 bodies exhumed. I don't even know what number we're at right now, but we'll look at that.
133 or something like that.
Yeah, inching closer to 140. And that is a big deal, folks. To find that number of bodies in one place, it's a big deal. Sudan war takes toll on Khartoum. That story continues to develop. It is not getting any better in terms of that conflict that's happening in Sudan. Okay. Surprise, surprise. 4 billion shillings is the number behind a new scandal. Guess behind which organization?
NYS.
No. Where you and City said you want to go and pray outside their gates.
KEMSA.
Thank you very much.
There's a new KEMSA scandal.
Yes, there is. On the front page of The Nation, KEMSA caught up in new 4 billion shilling scandal. KEMSA has bungled a multi-billion shilling tender for the supply of treated mosquito nets intended to help millions of low-income households prevent malaria, forcing the Global Fund to cancel the agency's procurement process that seemed flawed in favor of a bidder who did not meet the mandatory requirements at the expense of an actual net manufacturer.
These are those in the knees of Global Fund.
Mm.
Okay.
Sawa.
Okay.
It's also talking about the church on trial. State starts clamp down on preachers. Kenya's cult leaders, advocates of religious extremism, fake prophets and unscrupulous religious leaders were yesterday put on notice as religion was put on trial after 2 teams were sworn in to investigate their conduct and set a regulatory framework. The teams, a commission of inquiry to unravel the circumstances that led to the Shakahola massacre, and another to identify gaps and propose legal and governance changes to prevent religious extremism, will start work when? Immediately. Okay, Jubilee Wars. Kega cancels Uhuru's meeting, the one you're talking about. You know, just forget about it. It's not happening. According to him, there's a sad story of how a police bullet cut short the life of a girl heading back to school. And on the back page of The Nation, school reopens to empty coffers on withheld cash. My goodness. My what?
Goodness.
Yeah.
Even ndio kunaenda. Oh my goodness. Okay, so in 4 minutes, let's speak on one. Let's tell us this KEMSA one.
Okay. Now, it's on page 7. KEMSA managed to bungle another one. Now, how did they do that, you might ask? It's in the eye of a fresh storm. They have bungled a 3.7 billion tender for the supply of treated mosquito nets. We know what mosquito nets were supposed to do. Usually the Global Fund will give you some money to essentially provide these nets for people who are in, 1, malaria-prone areas, or then have no nets, essentially. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, internal documents were seen that indicates that the Global Fund has now cancelled KEMSA's procurement process that seemed flawed in favour of a bidder who, according to them, did not meet the mandatory requirements, as opposed to someone who was actually a mosquito net manufacturer. The documents further indicate that the only firm that met all requirements under both Kenya and Global Fund procurement laws and guidelines were China's Tianjin Workpool, that were unfairly knocked out of the tender evaluation. The fresh intrigues have drawn controversy back to the state agency that is yet to fully recover from the effects of the COVID-19 procurement mess that saw several politically connected individuals bag billions in deals whose value for money is yet to be ascertained. The tender financed by the Global Fund was to see the winning bidder supply 10.2 million treated mosquito nets, but blunders by KEMSA have now seen the Geneva-based organization demand action against officials who bungled its implementation. So we're looking at another case of, according to them, the procurement process was not free and fair. 1. 2, it seemed to have awarded an individual company who would not have had the wherewithal or even the expertise to supply these nets. According to Global Fund, right? And that they did not meet the threshold mandatory requirements in the procurement process. And they've even seen that some of the people or some of the organizations who bid for this supply would have been able to handle it, but they were knocked out of the process. So Global Fund began to ask why. Now, instead of asking why and being told a very long story, they said, no, just...
We are withdrawing this support from our end.
We're not doing.
Okay.
Because we don't want to start asking how did, who did, where did. Don't give us headache. Just stop it. Now the problem is 10.2 million nets, essentially, that would have been provided now are hanging in the balance.
What's the real story here?
That's a very good question, because you note I said, according to the Global Fund, this is this is what they've said.
What's the real story?
All right.
Because look, there are procurement procedures that have been agreed by both entities. Okay, KEMSA's procurement procedures are not just KEMSA's procurement procedures; they are actually under the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. Okay, there's a law to this that deals with all those things. Of course, global funds, when they come in, those two must merge. There is no way that whatever global fund brings would be outside of what is in Kenyan law. Okay, so is it illegal? Has there been flouting of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act? And if that's the case, Has the process been followed? Has there been a complaint taken to because there's again, Public Procurement Oversight Authority, where you can go and take a complaint? Has a petition been lodged? When they say that this was flouted, he didn't follow through, this and the other, what exactly are they talking about? On the other hand, what is the procedure? What is the agreed procedure if there is a dispute over an issue between those two organizations? Is it we decide we want you to go through to follow this route, and if you don't follow this route, then we withdraw the money? Is that the procedure?
No. You see, that's the thing. It would be interesting to know what the procedure is, what have been the pre-agreed upon requirements. Just like you said, we know what that is. They know what that is. It would be good to know, okay, you're saying that somebody did not follow and that you're now seeing a list because they ask for this due diligence to be done. They walk through this process with them. So what they're essentially telling us that as they have been walking, they got to this point and they realize, hold up, this is not matching what we agreed. Why would you have somebody of this nature dropped when it was clear that they would have been able to deliver? It's interesting because they also go on to say that the Global Fund found that 3 of the firms that made KEMSA's shortlist, Polymers, PVT, Shobika Impex, and Partech East Africa, should have been dropped at the preliminary evaluation stage as they had submitted incomplete document sets. So it's possible that they could have actually met muster, but their documentation was incomplete.
If the documentation was incomplete, that's just the technical stage. That's the first place where you're knocked off. The first things that they do is they open the documents. Do you have, this is what is required. Do you have it? Check.
If you don't,
out.
They don't even come and say, excuse me, Eric, you had submitted something. Can you please do this before? No. You know what it's supposed to be. If you don't have it, you're out. So now Global Fund started to ask, these guys, according to this thing, don't have everything that they need to have. How come they're here?
And at what stage is Global Fund? My issue is, at what stage is Global Fund reprocuring, or at what stage is this happening?
I think
is Global Fund part, is a representative of Global Fund part of the tender committee?
Or at some point do they come in, and is it known to everybody that
is that the expectation
A to
that
G?
We come here and then after this we take it to Global Fund and the Global Fund vet and then they approve? And if that's the case, so are we saying that Global Fund is basically procuring?
Yeah, and
because
they're
the ones will
say,
say,
okay.
if they don't like you, they say, you didn't meet or 1, 2, 3 or the other at that stage.
Or are they looking at the process and saying, are they managing the process only and saying, it doesn't really matter who these fellas are, right? What we are saying is that we have these standards and they don't fit into the box. You should have removed them. So the red flags then is what stood out, because we both know what the requirements are. If we are looking at point X of this process and there's something that did not meet, and it starts to ring a bell to us, especially since we've come out of COVID and this scandal happened with you guys, then we're going to pull it. And that's exactly what they've done.
Please don't forget that these are the same people who shifted the supply of a lot of HIV medication from KEMSA and took it to another entity.
And used a different management company in order to fulfill.
They used another entity to procure. They removed procurement of HIV medication from KEMSA and took it to a different entity. And this whole story was there. There was a back and forth. There's no clarity on exactly why this other entity was picked and not KEMSA.
I almost hear you saying as though there's also a preference game that's being played.
That's what I see myself.
You pick these guys, but you could have picked this one.
That's what I'm just saying. It's a case of, because I gave you the money, I will tell you how you're going to do it, right? And
now that you're not going the right way, we're going to.
I'll come in and say you didn't even follow your own law. I mean, if 3 companies flouted, then let somebody go and take it to the tribunal. There's a tribunal. There's a dispute resolution mechanism in procurement in this country. Follow it. This thing of always just branding things and saying, because this now paints an entire team in bad light. Everybody who hears this says, look, ule CEO moja alitoka, the new CEO amekuja pia.
Of course, it's already a taint on Terry at this point.
Yeah, the previous health CS had issues. The new health CS has come, wameanza kukula.
But the thing is, also the headline makes it seem as though money had already been sent and something, but this is not. We're still at procurement process here, and of course it's sad because there was a lot of money that would have flowed in through KEMSA, allowed many things to happen. There would have been mosquito nets that essentially would have gone to a number of people. We don't know what happens with that now.
Yeah. Now those two entities should sit down and agree, and I think they had sat down and agreed on how they'll be dealing. Completely shepherded by the president and the Secretary of State. And if you see this, I'm just not buying what I'm hearing from Global Fund. I'm sorry. I don't buy it. 24 minutes to 7. Let's take a look at traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh my God, look at the curtains. Oh, and the shoes. Wow, my dream fridge. Oh.
What is it? My friend, you don't have money. Let's go.
Yes. I know what to do. The interest on my fixed deposit has matured to Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank.
What is it about Kingdom Bank? Everyone is surprising me about this Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank move.
Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. Kingdom Bank is now offering mid to long-term fixed saving with higher interest rates. Earn up to 10% interest from as little as 50,000 Kenya shillings on our fixed and call deposits. Enjoy a variety of our great services including savings and junior savings accounts for your kids. Get return on your fixed investments today at Kingdom Bank. Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. Shop now for all you want. Talk to us on 0709 881300 for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Kingdom Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Now is when we're seeing the build-up on Jogo Road, getting out towards the city. Landis Road is going to pack up very quickly. Quite a number of folks still travelling, crisscrossing the country as schools open. We're looking at traffic around Kamkunji, in and outbound on Haile Selassie, doing the thing this morning. Coming out of Westlands, a little bit of traffic starting to build up on James Gishoro. It's going to spill towards Waiyaki Way. On the Thika Superhighway is very busy this morning. Coming in from the Utali Drift out towards the Pangani Underpass, it's going to split towards Muranga Road and then out towards Wangari Maathai Way. On Juja Road, in and outbound traffic is doing a thing today, and it's heavy as you're trying to get towards the city. Also starting to build up on North Airport Road. It'll take you through to Outer Ring, and then there's traffic moving out towards the Eastern Bypass. Gong Road is also very busy at this hour. Looks like it's going to be a very busy Wednesday. Let's keep an eye on things. Tell us what's going on where you are this morning, and let's talk on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Shakahola update. Yeah? So they resumed the exhumation of, what is it called? Those mass graves yesterday. And yesterday, 21 bodies were retrieved, bringing the total number of exhumed to 133. Coast Region Police Commander Rhoda Onyancha says 5 people were also rescued in the area, taking the number of those found fasting to 68. 5 people were found yesterday. Now, those people did not go into that forest about a month ago. When did they enter here?
Yeah.
If they were being found yesterday, for how long have they been in this forest? Does it mean that people are still actually getting into this place? Even after it was declared an operation zone, no-go zone, blah, blah, blah.
Or that they've been there all this time. And
how many days do you need to die from fasting?
Without food?
Yes.
Without food.
Starvation.
Without food, you can go for about 20 days, 21 days. Without water, you'd be out in a third of that.
In 7. So these guys, this operation has been going on for more than 20 days. And people were rescued yesterday. When did they get into this forest? Sio ni swali kubwa?
Kubwa sana, my friend.
14 people have already been reunited with their families. Rhoda says, as of yesterday, 93 relatives have taken DNA tests for the identification of their loved ones, and 566 people have been reported missing. So you see, the Red Cross is operating that desk where they say, if you have somebody and you suspect that they've come here, come and report to
register.
us. And they don't just say, okay, watinani wapotea, they write. No, they ask you a couple of questions to see whether there's a possibility of actually this person being here. 566 are those that have been vetted and found probable that the person could be among those that are missing. That is a very high number if all those people turn up dead. Now, Interior CS Kithure Kindiki is dismissing a DCI report that some bodies retrieved from Shakahola forest have missing organs. He was there yesterday in Shakahola, and he launched a broadside against what he termed as politicization of the probe into the massacre. He's calling it massacre, but he wants it not to be politicized. The state has linked the deaths to Pastor Paul Mackenzie of Good News International Church and Ezekiel Odero of the New Life Prayer Center. An affidavit of Chief Inspector Martin Monene annexed to an application seeking orders to freeze bank accounts for the New Life Center linked the massacre to human body organ trade. Inspector Monene claims the post-mortem revealed that some of the 112 bodies discovered had missing organs. This is despite pathologists insisting that all bodies were intact. So the DCI officer saw the affidavit in an application seeking orders to freeze Pastor Odero and church bank accounts. On Friday, Chief Government Pathologist Johansen Odor said the autopsy report on the 112 corpses ruled out body organ harvesting. The autopsies were conducted at Malindi Sub-County Hospital. He says the victims were either forcefully starved, hit by a blunt object, or strangled to death on different days. Some bodies had severely decomposed. Now, this is government pathologist, the only person who is qualified to actually talk about the state of the body that he has found.
Mm-hmm.
He says, possibility of organ harvesting, 0. This is DCI, which is investigating. DCI is going to court, and of course, DCI just wants to freeze or to arrest, to do what
and ask
what police do.
Yeah.
So they go to court and they have nothing. So they have to say, no, but this thing is serious. They were even investigating organ harvesting here. There's a possibility. And somebody swears an affidavit. The import of that is that you are swearing under oath that
this is
some
the case.
of what you have found is bodies with missing organs. All right?
Mm-hmm. The import also of which, if it is found out later that this actually is not the case, you could go to jail.
It's perjury.
Thank you.
It's direct perjury.
Okay.
But a senior chief inspector of police
doing that
is signing an affidavit in court and saying, this is the reason why we want to freeze this man's bank accounts is because we will think that he stole body organs and sold them. And so we're investigating the accounts because proceeds of crime.
Okay.
You see?
So
now it's DCI basically just throwing everything at the wall and hoping that it sticks.
It's going to stick.
Now you tell me, with this, do you have any confidence, the massacre, or what kind of case are they going to take against these two pastors?
But the thing is, why would you go swear an affidavit if the things, knowing full well the repercussions of it, if it was not true? Why would you do that? And then what leads to this belief that is so strong that a senior officer will go and swear? What has given to this belief? And if we know that Johansen Odor is the only one who can come out and say this is the case, then where are they getting this information from? And then is it also
and then
casting
Kithure
doubt
Kindiki comes and says, no, apana. That's politicization. I mean, this is basically just how police have been behaving. Police need to stop behaving the way they've been behaving. Police behaved this way, and then they were going to court. The same chief inspectors who had signed affidavits against people in court, going to court and saying, I was forced to write that statement. I was forced to swear that statement. No. That case, we had not investigated it properly. It's my bosses who told me to do it. This is nonsense.
It really is. And this is the thing. even for me, who gets so angered or emotional about things like this when I see the lives of especially children being put in harm's way. The truth of the matter is that these two fellas who are up in the docks right now still deserve to be innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
They still do.
Yes.
They still have that right, number one. And at the end of the day, we still do not know for sure what happened.
Yep.
As difficult as it is to say that, we still do not know.
Our investigating agencies just need to up their game, and this thing of behaving of just playing to the gallery needs to stop.
Yeah, doing things and then asking questions later cannot be the way that you institute justice.
Ni Mackenzie, wacha tushike Mackenzie tupeleke kotini,
and how many,
we want to hold him for 40
and
days.
And then you have a meeting and you say, in fact, what else can we throw at him? That's what it looks like now.
Yeah.
What else can we say? Terrorism, cultism, organ harvesting, obtaining of
massacre. This is, a crime against humanity.
In fact, what else sounds bad? Well, unaweza fikiria nini? I mean, surely, I know. Look, you punish another human being, you suffer punishment. I feel so. However,
it started with just even the DPP himself. When Nuruddin Haji first went to Shakahola, he said, in fact, what we're going to do is we are going to charge them with terrorism. So that because of terrorism, then we can hold them for a bit longer. That is what Nuruddin Haji said.
He did.
We are going to apply under terrorism charges. It's just the thinking. That, you know what, because we want to hold you.
For something.
For them, for authorities, when you put behind bars, whether in cell or in jail, already you're facing punishment.
Absolutely. But you know what it also does?
And the first thing they want to do is to punish you. So we want to arrest you, weka wewe ndani.
But then you know what it does also? Is that you don't have to do much more work after that, do you?
Yeah.
You've locked up somebody. Man.
Move on.
We're done. Let's move. Julia says, without seeming to slight the Shakahola ordeal, I think those people found alive by yesterday were cheating on fasting. Let's have a drink with... Sheesh.
These guys were cheating.
That's
just
the only way.
Yeah, they were not cheating. Still in the court, former Transport CS Michael Kamau is now a free man. This is after the DPP withdrew a 33 million shillings corruption case against the former CS. DPP withdrew the case.
Another, I don't know how many we are. I think it's now 26, 27.
Watu wameachiliwa wengi bwana. Let's just say, kila mtu ana kesi kotini. Kamau's 8-year court battle came to an end when the DPP informed the Anti-Corruption Court Chief Magistrate Victor Wahumile that he had reviewed the case and found no evidence. 8 years later,
Eric.
I have a question. Let me read what he said.
Okay.
The court. Oh no, this is Wahumile who said the court allows the application by the prosecution to terminate this case. Ask your question, please.
I want to know, because it's possible that it's just ignorance that's disturbing me.
Yeah.
When you bring a case as the DPP, or anybody for that matter, before court, one assumes that you have done the due diligence and you have said, I've looked at all of this and there is sufficient grounds upon which I will then operate and say, Eric, actually, we have 1, 2, 3, and because of the 1, 2, 3 that we have, we had no choice but to bring this case before court. We are even asking the court to charge this individual because of 1, 2, 3. And here is my evidence. It's watertight, as in the only reason why I have come. Remember, in 2020, this case came up and judges were asking prosecutors, look, if you don't waste our time, stop this thing. If you're coming before this court and you know that you don't have sufficient evidence, do not waste our time. Go sort out yourself and then you come back later. Because we're having to dismiss so many cases, it doesn't make sense. So after that, he was here. So my question is, these grounds that you meet, or that you supposedly meet, the evidentiary threshold that you supposedly meet, what changes between 2015, when you took Michael Kamau to court, and 2023?
If you just go by what the DPP has been saying in the last number of cases that is withdrawn, he was operating on goodwill.
Of
Goodwill from his office to the investigating agencies.
Okay.
This is the DCI or the EACC. I'm saying, so the EACC has brought in some need. They have some preliminary file. The preliminary file shows that, we have some grounds here, and then they say we are going to bring in more watertight evidence when we go to court. So DPP says, let's go to court because we need to also have to meet our KPIs. We need to be prosecuting people. So they go to court, and then they wait for the investigating agency to bring more evidence. It takes 8 years. The DPP is now realizing, these guys, they moved on. As soon as I went to court, they moved on. I'm expecting that they are working. They haven't been moved on. And this is why now he's withdrawing all these cases. But if you think about it, because it's not just Kamau. Kamau was charged alongside former resident engineer in the Ministry of Roads, Nicholas Nganga, former chief engineer Mwangi Mainge, members of tender committee Kata Matemu, Philip Sika, Gilbert Arasa, Rafael Okubo, Silas Gitao, and Charles Bubweka. The charge was that they willfully failed to comply with procedures and guidelines relating to management of public funds. And this is about that road, some 33 million bob. Now, you know what happened to these people immediately? First of all, Kamau is among those CSs whom the president fired in parliament.
Yes.
He went to parliament and said there are some CSs and PSs who are not going to be in my office, to be serving in my government because they are being investigated. Then they were taken to court. That is just Kamau and the others. These other people, the resident engineer, the other officers, of course, they were interdicted from the ministry. Of course, they stopped working. What have they been earning? What's been their upkeep since then? Have they been earning a salary? What has happened to them? What's happened to their families? Think about it. For 8 years.
You have dragged their name through the mud.
Years.
They've not been able to, look, let's be honest, they've not been able to work.
Yeah.
They've not been able to earn a living because this thing has been hanging over. They've been wearing the scarlet letter on their chest for the last 8 years.
Yeah.
Then you just want to come clandestinely and say, actually, you know what? We don't have enough evidence. Are you kidding me?
What have you done to the family?
Yeah. Just
imagine that 8 years ago, a child had just done standard 8, so they were going to secondary school. They have gone through secondary school, they've gone through university. School fees metoka wapi?
You should
The
compensate.
breadwinner is facing some court case.
Excuse me.
Breadwinner cannot get employment anywhere else. Breadwinner is not earning. What are you doing?
What have you done?
And then you come out and just say,
you didn't find anything.
This is strong. Tell us one story. I'll finish with another one that has prayers for this weekend.
Okay.
We need to pray.
To pray? Okay. Let me tell you about school. Schools reopened to empty coffers on withheld cash. Let's look at how schools are opening yesterday and folks are paying quadruple the amount to get their kids from point A to point B. Fares have hiked.
Transport paralysis.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Although schools have resumed this week, the government has once again failed to release capitation funds, creating challenges in running of institutions. Shall we take a moment to please remember that the capitation for last term has not been completed in terms of releasing from Treasury. Okay? So just hold on to that thought and have a
There are
merry
some
time
schools that
with it.
still haven't received the money.
Yes, please.
Okay.
All right, so that has not been completed, and we're getting into another term, and we are being told that it has not happened. Okay. They're also facing challenges relating to insecurity in Kerio Valley, as well as floods in Kisumu, Siaya, and Homa Bay counties. Yesterday, Kenya Primary Schools Heads Association Johnson Zioka said that primary schools have received only 20% of the free primary education funds for this year. Unable to reach Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Mashogo, surprise, and as well as Basic Education Principal Secretary Belio Kipsang. They were both attending the Education World Forum in where? In London.
Okay.
In the North Rift, learners and teachers in banditry-prone areas have kept off schools, fearing fresh attacks. The worst hit are schools in Baringo South and Baringo North sub-counties. The areas are among those categorized as disturbed and dangerous amid an ongoing multi-agency security operation to flush out bandits. Also affected are parts of Elgeyo Marakwet. West Pokot and Turkana counties, where displaced families have moved to safer areas with their children and are reluctant to return despite assurances by the government about their security. Well, security, if government tells you, yeah, you know, you can come back, everything is all right, and it's word of mouth, what do you think folks are going to do? Take their chances or sit tight?
Imagine.
So, I mean, there are very, very many examples of schools that have remained closed. Head teachers are raising concerns about low enrollment at school attendance because of this violence. And it's very clear that, you know, there a list here of about 20 schools, 22, 23 schools in this area alone that have not opened, or the turnout is extremely low. And this reason is being cited. All right. So many parents, again, unable to raise the tuition. This is another issue. Many want to transfer their children, but they say they can't do that because the boarding system is overcrowded.
Why?
I mean, look across the country, take your pick. Things are looking bad. 20% of what's supposed to come out from government or from Treasury for schools this year is all that has come out. And so the question is, going into term 2, what is going to happen? Grade 7 is a whole other kettle of fish, going into term 2, having not learned much in term 1. It does not look good for education, and it is a crisis not in the making. We are in the throes of an education crisis. And again, the conversation is not being had in terms of what is going to happen. And where is the leader of the ministry?
You know, and sometimes I think maybe we are the ones who actually exaggerate this crisis. Maybe
Really?
there's no crisis.
Maybe there's no crisis? Why? How so?
You know, I'm thinking whenever there's an issue
Mm.
in a school, you will hear about it. You'll hear parents will be up in arms. They'll want a headmaster out. They'll want changes to be made. They will do things, or they'll do. You know, their children will themselves raise an issue. You have never heard of any school in this country where grade 7 parents have picketed, have demanded a meeting with the head teacher, have demanded a meeting with the local leaders. I've never heard.
So one of two things could be happening, Eric. We can say that maybe everything is under control, and you know, head teachers and teachers are doing what they need to do to fill in the gaps until things get better, whatever this thing is. That's one side. Or people are numb to the reality of this situation being the way it is. People are numb and saying, okay, yeah, well, okay, it'll be sorted out and we'll just move along. Moving along with things as they are, as opposed to insisting on the way in which they ought to be. Honestly. Because come on. It has even come from ministry. The Ministry of Education has said that yes, because of late disbursement, we've not been able to do 1, 2, 3. Eric, in what world is that all right?
That's what I'm saying. It's not okay. Even
not.
without the ministry saying whatever they're saying about disbursement of money, all right? They're not teachers.
There were no books. There were no books.
No teachers, no books. So these children, your child has been leaving your house every morning and then coming back in the evening, and they haven't learnt a thing. Okay? This is school A, school B, all those many thousands of public schools. Private school people don't know these problems you're talking about.
No, because they're moving on. They're doing it.
Because they are handling it. Public schools, where a majority of Kenyan learners are, haven't been learning.
Exactly. And I
have not heard a thing from any part of this country.
That is why I'm
Or
telling
maybe
you,
it's been happening and it's just not being
it's
reported. Maybe it's like a
not being
Shakahola
reported
kind of
on.
thing.
Exactly. But I'm telling you, Eric, because people are not complaining about it, does not make it any less of a crisis than it were if they spoke out. It is not okay. It isn't.
Maybe there's no crisis.
14 weeks have passed.
Maybe there's something that's been happening.
I don't dispute that some kind of learning has been happening. But for me, learning at the level to which it should be happening, in the manner in which it should be happening, with the infrastructure that is required for it to happen, that has not happened, that's a problem.
Okay, and the affected are not talking about. That's my problem. My problem is those that are affected just being quiet. What's up? Anyway, time for the news. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki has urged Kenyans to allow the government time to exhume all bodies that are still buried at the Shakahola forest. Speaking during the launch of the second phase of the exercise, Kindiki said they discovered 20 fresh graves, rescued 65 people and arrested 25 others.
Missing body parts theory. I think investigations are still going on and the post-mortem processes and reports are being prepared, and I am advised by the experts that we should not preempt the investigations. It's a theory. The reports that came from the morgue are still being finalized, and I don't want to preempt the matter beyond there.
He further said that they will be forced to renew measures at the Chakama ranch as the exercise is likely to take a while.
Change of tactics, the answer is yes. Every time, every week, every other so often, we are looking of better ways of quickening the search and rescue. So we've made some improvements which will be implemented this week. And as I've said, even the air support has not been ruled out, and you'll see some action perhaps towards the end of the week on that front, among other tactics that we don't want again to say publicly, because the criminals also watch television. They also listen to radio.
Kindiki also defended the government's decision to block the public from the premises.
And therefore, we want to do it methodically, scientifically, lawfully, and carefully to make sure that we don't leave any of our people in this forest alive or dead. So it's going to take a bit of time, and I want to request the forbearance and indulgence of the public so that we do things to finality and conclusion.
And Pastor Ezekiel Odero's petition on the freezing of his 28 bank accounts will be determined Monday next week. And Mombasa High Court had the prosecution's responses against Ezekiel's request. Justice Olga Sewe, however, made a ruling on Ezekiel's church, which was closed last month following police investigations to be reopened. The pastor's lawyer, Cliff Ombeta, has expressed confidence that the court will rule in their favor.
The state has agreed that the church is not closed. They are not going to interfere with anything to do with the activities of the church, including the prayers and the functions of the church that are going to go on this week until Sunday, when they call it Messiah 1. They said the officers who will be present at that particular place will be there to provide security and nothing more than that. On the other issues regarding the television, the court is also going to make a decision on it. We are not going to preempt, but I can say very clearly that the Communication Authority of Kenya did not present any person or did not bring any affidavit or any application or anything to rebut what we had said.
The ruling came barely a week after the pastor was released on a 3 million shillings bond by Ashan's court. Now, police in Kwale County are investigating a church in the Vumbu area after rumors emerged that it promotes an obscure religious ideology. The Rainbow Faith Ministries church, located in a forested area, is said to be home to its hundreds of believers and the extended family of its leader Mzee Data Nyamawi. The church was opened in 2017 and is being accused of brainwashing believers. Now, the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Union has issued a 30-day notice to the government to pay medical interns' salaries. Union Secretary General Davji Atela says the interns have not been paid since January, despite them serving patients across public hospitals. Atela also expressed concern over the proposed Finance Bill 2023, saying the employees' salaries had been raided by the tax authority. And a Form 2 student was shot dead in Kisumu as she was going home after shopping ahead of school's reopening. Locals said the girl was hit by a bullet when police opened fire to disperse a rowdy group. The shooting that sparked violent protest also left 2 other people with gunshot wounds.
Tukaenda hivi tukakimbia, wapia wakavuruta hiyo gari wakaenda nayo. Sasa tukang'ang'ania kutoa watu kwa njia tukimbize OC. Ndio tukakimbiza, watu wawili wamekufa, lakini mtu mmoja tujui vile ako sahi.
Now, President William Ruto and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have signed several MOUs that will see ties between the two countries evolve into a transformational partnership. Ruto, while speaking in Israel, said the agreements will deepen cooperation, enhance connectivity, and broaden the range of Kenya's exports.
We now have 22 MOUs, the largest memorandum of understanding with any country, that has expanded our relations, deepened our ties from education to agriculture to defense and many other areas. We have many people trained in Israel in our agricultural sector. We have huge cooperation in our defense and intelligence that has enabled us to deal with the challenge of terrorism and to improve our training of our security personnel.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseta. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
At a few minutes after 7 o'clock, we're looking at traffic that has built up now on Jogger Road. Heavy. It's going out towards Landis as you go towards the City Stadium roundabout. Onto Lusaka Road or out towards Landis, traffic is built up there. It's busy on Haile Selassie, in and outbound. We're also looking at traffic coming in from Gong Road. That's also heavy as you get to the City Mortuary roundabout. Heavy coming off of Thika Superhighway. Kiambu Road is doing that thing. Everywhere you look this morning, traffic has really kicked in. Westlands, Waiaki Way, James Gishoro, all of that has built up. The Red Hill Link Road will take you away from the traffic, but you probably end up somewhere around Limuru Road where it's built up as well. Folks who left earlier on their way, if you haven't, you might want to think about doing that now or sitting tight till it releases. Spice FM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there as we keep things moving this Wednesday.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latif, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation.
7. How you doing? Welcome to the second hour of the Situation Room. We're back. We are Eric and Ndu. CT is not back. He's going to take a couple of more days. We had a serious cold, which took us out yesterday. We just couldn't speak. Just we were like, no. High waist make. So yesterday we were not here, but today we're back. And we are grateful to be here. 8 minutes after 7, we are now live on KTN Home as well as being live on Spice FM and on YouTube and Facebook, Spice FM KE. I have the proverb. It's a Somali proverb. And today's proverb says, either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others. Either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others. Come up with your solution. Propose your solution to this.
Or you just go with the crowd.
You just go with the crowd. Sawa. If you have not said anything, you can't just be coming to complain when others have come up and said something.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. I&M Bank reminds you that they have the biggest unsecured personal loan in the country. And all they say is, if you are looking for some loan, any amount from 50,000 shillings to 10 million shillings, they can give it to you. Unsecured. You don't need to take your logbook. You don't need to take your title deed. You don't need to take whatever, your lung, your liver, your leg, a limb, nothing. They just say all you need is a pay slip. Come with a pay slip and an introduction letter from your employer, and they will assess it and see how much are you applying for, how much do you qualify for. They'll give it to you from as low as 1 year to as long as 8 years.
8 years.
Can you imagine? It's a good thing, isn't it?
Doesn't get better than that, does it?
All they say is visit us at I&M Bank, any of our branches countrywide, and let's have a conversation. I&M Bank, tunakujali. We have a guest in the studio. He is the Member of Parliament for Mogotio constituency. His name is Ruben Kibore. Good morning, Mheshimiwa.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Pleasure is all mine.
That's the hot seat of the situation room.
I can feel the heat.
You can feel it?
I can feel the heat. That's it.
You know Mogotio?
Yes, sir.
As I was growing up, it was very famous in the Moi era.
Yes.
For that auction.
And the whispers.
And the whispers.
It is still very famous. It is still a republic in its own.
A republic in its own?
A Mogotio republic. It is a republic inside a republic.
What do you mean?
It is a destination. It's just a great place. It's just a nice people. You feel it's a communal. It's a Mogotio is a Mogotio. I cannot explain.
No, you sell Mogotio, Bana. You are telling us to come and visit Mogotio. Sell it nicely.
We still have our goats. They have multiplied.
So first of all, the goat auction. There's the Mogotio goat auction.
It's out of Kimalel, neighboring. It's called Kimalel goat auction. We have good people. We have and we have Lake Bogoria inside Mogotio. It's a gateway to the magical Baringo, the land of diversity. The gateway. There's only one gateway, and that is Mogotio town. When you get to Mogotio town, you have entered Baringo. You've entered Baringo. Mogotio is a border town. Mogotio has the highest number of professors per square inch. Per square inch. And doctors. It's a home of scholars. It's a home of business people. It's a home of very hardworking. You know Toyo is from Mogotio, right? Born and bred. Amy Koske. I can mention a few. In your industry. Kiprono Gitonyi is from Mogotio. We have Professor Tuitek, Professor Mbili. It's great. It's a home of greats.
It's a home of the greats.
It's a home of the greats.
Mogotio constituency. When you talk about, Baringo, people recently have been hearing Baringo, you hear insecurity, and the insecurity in Baringo. Is Mogotio affected by this?
Baringo is 11,000 kilometers square, the size of entire Nyanza province, from Kisii to Nyamira to Homa Bay to Migori to Siaya. Kisumu to Siaya. That is Baringo, 11,000 kilometers square. So Baringo, we have arid area, we have islands, we have semi-arids. It's when you're in Timbaru, on your way to Eldoret, you are in Baringo, Eldamaravin. When you are in Majimasuri on those side of Mumberes, you are in Baringo. But people, when they hear about Baringo, they paint a picture. There's a cattle rustling. Cattle rustling affects the constituencies. But when one part of us is bleeding, the entire house is bleeding. Because as I told you, we are brought up communally, by former president and other leaders who came before us. Baringo South, Baringo North, and Tiati have seen the bruit of banditry and cattle rustling. But for Mogotio, Baringo Central, and Eldamaravin, they have not, but they feel the pain our brothers are going through on that end. So it's a communal challenge that we hope we will get solution in this government. But Baringo is a land of great diversity. It's a home of flamingos, home of Lake Baringo, is home of the best of potatoes from Eldamaravin. Baringo is the land of that magnificent road towards Itene. I think you've seen it. It's a brilliant place to be.
It's a lovely.
I should take you for a trip one of these weekends.
It's a lovely place to be. I've been in some parts there. How's it now with the security operation?
The security operation is not yet. It's not yet as what we imagine it will be. We hope they are still setting foot. We hope they are still learning the territory. They are familiarizing themselves, because this is a situation where, as much as we put pressure on the government, it has been a over 40 years problem that it will not take 2 or 3 months or 6 months to get away with it. It needs some time, and that's because they have to come up with a solution, with a formula to weed out the banditry. The banditry menace it's very deep, and it's far from one reason to another. It's not you can't blame just bandits. You can't blame just government. It has to be in between. One, it affects 6 counties. That's Baringo, West Pokot, Turkana, Samburu, Laikipia, and maybe Siolo. So that belt.
Elgeyo Marakwet.
Elgeyo Marakwet. Ours is a unique, it's the same challenge you're facing. Now the problem is there's a lot of guns in the hands of civilians. A lot. And a gun itself is in discipline. When you have a gun, you feel in discipline, you feel you can overrun everyone. Especially being illegal one. Without training. Training, when police are taken to training, they just don't train them to shoot. They train them even to modest their behavior and to carry themselves as police. This one don't have training. They just get a gun, you are trained to shoot. There's no any discipline into it or any doctrine or any whatever into it. So the first thing is, when we have been asking the government, is first to protect our boundary. We have a very porous boundary with Uganda, with Ethiopia, with Sudan, that today we are pushing for disarmament. If you disarm Turkana, they will be raided tomorrow by Toposa from Sudan. They become vulnerable. The first thing of this gun is for protection. It's for defense. Everyone who wants it is for defense. When they get in surplus, they use it for aggression. When you take from Pokot, Turkana will raid them tomorrow. So the first thing is to protect the porous boundaries. Then pick the guns because there are too many. Do disarmament. And in this case, I don't think there's a peaceful disarmament. It has to be as it is. Because you are dealing with indisciplined people who feel they are invincible. They feel they are greater and bigger than the government. So disarm the whole area without fear or favor of any, or favoring either regions. When you disarm them, now monster in the house is development. This area, my brother, has been left out. This is a serious challenge with since we adopted the railway line development until devolution came, which governors again did not use the devolution for the purpose it was intended to. They use it to milk those counties and make money. Those security places, they say we have done a road. They know no one can go and audit. Even you cannot go and audit it, my brother. My sister here cannot go and audit. So they put on paper that we have constructed a road from A to Z. But when you go to ground, there's nothing. So the second thing after weeding out these guns and doing disarmament is to do development, open up the area. One, what is the problem? Water. Do them balls, do them pan dams. Two, the problem, some areas don't have police station. And you get, like Tiati, for example, in Baringo, it is 4,500 kilometers square. It is the size of Wasingishu and Trans Nzoia combined. Or like, I can tell you the size of maybe Nyeri, Muranga, and Kiambu combined. One constituency. So, and maybe it has one police station in Kenyang. Now, how is that a serious, deliberate measures to put more police station? Because if government is not felt, people will become indisciplined. The nature of a human being is to be indisciplined. It is the government and the law which brings us to
which contains us.
And the Bible. And the Bible or Quran. When you become religious, it contains you from the excesses of a human being. So do police station, do roads, do water, do electricity. When we do that, the area will open up. There will be more opportunities. People will be lazy. Education has a way of making people lazy. You cannot track for 50 kilometers. You feel, why should I not use a border? Take people to school. So it's a challenge that the president need to come, call these leaders, all of us, read a riot act. To build a school, you don't need national government. You have CDF. Go build a school there. To build a police station, we have CDF, go to a police station. The president should now actualize the equalization fund and other funds to bring up some major projects to that side. By so doing, the development will change. It's like when Mzungu came to Kenya. He used development, Bible, and some brutality kidogo. We became a bit decent. So it needs, we have to send our churches to go there, not Shakahola ones. AIC, Catholic, PCA, those normal churches, to go and preach to the people, talk to the people, comfort their souls, minimize the excesses of human being, do roads, water. That kind of development now will open up the side for it. That's a long-term solution.
Do you think that development is then, I'm just hearing you say, development then could be a solution to the conflict that we've been seeing for the last 40 years?
Yes, it is. But first, you have to bring law and order. You cannot take development without law and order. The first short term is to bring law and order. Take guns, because even if it remains in the hands of the band, they are not raiding cows, they will raid shops. because a thief is a thief, a thug is a thug. And not all the people are bandits there, but there's bandits who have made it, it's like Al-Shabaab. They have, even chief cannot mention because they know they'll come for me. They have run their own. So development is the solution. The permanent solution is development, because why are people decent in Kiambu? It is development. Why are people in Nakuru decent? It is development. Why are people so vulnerable in Turkana? It is development, because when there's no development, people...
All these are affected.
And you can take even our journey as a country. There were more indisciplined cases in the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s. The more we become decent, the more our excesses are reduced to, as excesses in terms of thuggery, stealing, killing, maiming, it's reduced because people become decent, go to school.
How soon should people start seeing this development? Because now the security operation has been ongoing for what now? 2 going to 3 months?
I saw the security operation doing some roads, which I said this is the way to go. I saw them opening up some roads, the security, the military. I saw them.
So it should happen simultaneously. As they are doing this, we should start seeing roads being constructed.
Yes.
Dispensaries, hospitals,
now,
schools,
that's why
police stations.
President should not take this burden alone.
Who else should carry it?
All the leadership, from governor, MPs, because everyone has a kit which can point to this direction. Dispensary, the president should not do. He should talk to governors of this region. Deliberately do dispensaries here. Schools, he should not build schools, the CDF. He should talk to the MPs of this area that we are not seeing the schools of the money you have been receiving. In terms of roads, it should come in to assist, but the county government should also do something. So president should call leaders from this region that this is the direction I want to take, this is the direction we should take as leadership. It's our responsibility, all of us, from MCA to myself. Let's do something, guys.
But wasn't that the understanding from the very beginning, even during campaigns, that forming this group, it was clear some of the things that we are speaking about now that he should do now is some of the things that he was very clear about that we would do.
He is,
and it was also assumed that everybody then who joined in this knew the direction that it was going to take. It just seems a bit odd that we will say now the president then must remind governors or must remind MCAs or remind MPs what you promised Kenyans that you were going to do before they voted you in.
President and the governors and the MPs and the MCAs are not from the same party. They are reading from the same script and they are different manifesto. The governor of Turkana is an ODM, but we have a responsibility, a human responsibility, to get rid of this cattle rustling and banditry as leadership. Respecting, everyone will go to his party after this. He should call them for a unity of purpose. That look, guys, you come from party X, I come from Isiolo is Jubilee, and Samburu is UDA. Call all of them and tell them, forget about your parties for this. Myself, I've chose to go this direction, and yes, because I've seen roads being opened up, I've seen security, presence of security. It will take time, but he should not walk this journey alone. He should force these leaders in the affected areas to walk the journey together with them. With the budget, he knows, because he cannot tell them we don't have money. He knows there is money or not. He should tell them, pandams. These people should not quarrel over water. If it's a pasture, the problem let it be rain, not water. Do bowls. I'll also push. Let's do a matching fund. If you do 6 bowls, I will mobilize resources for another 6 bowls. If you do 5 roads, I'll mobilize resources for another 5 roads. If we join that in that direction and push development in that direction, the area will open up.
So why is that not happening?
That's what I'm saying.
Because just 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, the president was with the leaders from this area at a Thanksgiving service. Remember, in West Pokot.
You see, this problem is...
And they have met before. They have been meeting. So why is this talk of what we are doing, all of us together, you as governors from the 6 counties, you as members of parliament from the 6 counties, we as the administration and all the county commissioners and the others below them from the 6 counties, this is a plan?
Now, when we were elected, we were invited for a meeting from those 6 counties at the deputy president's office.
Yeah.
We had a talk which, this is a historical beef between these communities. Like some are like Palestine and Jewish, to be honest with you, that they take community X is our God-given enemies. And when the president is in Turkana, the leaders from community Z doesn't come. When there is a leadership, like in West Pokot, those from Turkana, they don't come. When he's in Turkana, those from West Pokot doesn't go. So the issue is, president has maybe chose to do it by himself because one is opening up the schools which were closed. He is doing the roads. But that's why I'm saying speaking as a local, as someone who was in the brute of this thing, he should walk this journey with, forget even about some of us who are not directly affected, those leaders who are directly affected by this thing, he should walk with them and tell them, this thing, let's do development in this area. Deliberate. And it's something that we are reaching out to make sure that all these leaders and presidents sit down and decide, because everyone might be doing in a small bits, but not, you want to be a united front. Collective. That we are doing this, we are attacking this as a leadership. We have our difference, but let's also the issue of infrastructure, schools, water, electricity, power, and so forth, roads. Like, for example, do boarding school along the border. Both the students from both communities, they cannot fight, they cannot attack. They cannot attack the school because their children are also there. Another trend that is, speaking as an insider, the most aggressive bandits are those born by intermarriages.
Why?
I don't know. The children born out of intermarriages between the communities are the most aggressive, the most fierce of these bandits. So I don't know.
Why? It's like a super bandit having been created.
I think so. I think there's some blood of super. So there is some level of, there's a breed. The intermarriages produce the super bandits out of it. So I don't know how we'll do with it because I thought intermarriages would have reduced it, but it is opposite. The opposite is happening. So they are more lethal, they are more aggressive. So
they attack either side.
No. We are paternal.
So they choose.
We are nihilous, we are paternal.
They choose the father side.
We don't even choose. We don't even think of choosing. We go to the side of the of the paternal side because we are nihilous. As nihilous, we are paternals. So we go to the side of the father. We never associate with the side of the mother in terms of ownership and the community pride. We belong to the father. So they never go to the other side. We are in this side of the father. So it's the only thing is to do development and do disarmament. Bring law and order and do development. It will disappear.
There's been proposals that the military be deployed there permanently.
I have
permanent bases.
I personally made the remark sometimes back in a function which went viral that we should, we should not even deploy, relocate this security training camps into those places. Like we have here in CBD, AP Training College in Nairobi and Bakasi. What does it? What purpose does it serve? With rationale, with Nairobi, which is being congested now and then, why can't we move this thing to Samburu? So that even during the pass out, we'll be going to. You have not been to Samburu, I'm sure. If you have been to Samburu maybe once in your lifetime.
I've been to Mogotio.
But Mogotio is Nakuru. Mogotio is but you have not been to Tiati. If today we take the ASHTU and the Structural Training College to Tiati,
base it there.
During the recruitment, pass out parade of the recruitment, maybe you have your cousin, your niece, or you will go there. You will know what Tiati look like. But children from Tiati and other side of the world have come to Nairobi to do University of Nairobi, University of Eldoret, University of Kirinyaga. But now we have not gone to their side because it seemed to them coming this way is coming to Kenya. There is no traffic going to their side. The traffic is all pointing toward the railway line. So we must deliberately relocate. Even the RTS in Eldoret, the training camp, what does it serve in Eldoret? Take that thing to Turkana. Or take it to West Pokot, where there's big land. They can do they go and train for 6 months in Eldoret, and then they are taken again to Isiolo to do the infantry, or what they call the training, the shooting and whatever. They do it in Isiolo, or they come to Loruk in Baringo. They don't do there. So we should take because the land is so big, relocate. Completely relocated to those sides of the world where you take someone to train in Eldoret and maybe 18 degrees area, then you take him to Somalia to fight 50 degrees environment. His biggest enemy is the environment. It is not the enemy he's going to face. Train them in an environment that looks like a war zone, that you can send them to Pakistan tomorrow. And the mission we are sending our military about from DRC is predictable. You'll send them to Sudan, send them to Somalia, send them to Libya. Train them in an environment that looks like Libya. When you send them to that mission, they understand the environment. You are sending these people to protect our porous boundary. The moment they get to Kibish or Liboi or maybe Elwak, they start asking for connection to come back. Mheshimiwa, I want to go back home. Munisaidie. No, you yourself, you have your cousin, I want to go back. Because the environment is unbearable for them. Because they train in Kiganjo, or maybe
they're not used to it.
They're not used to it. Train them in an environment that look like, and we have that. The good thing with Kenya is we have different kind of environment. Our ecosystem allows us, if you want a extremely cold place, go to Limuru or Chimbarua. If you want 45 degrees, go to Mandera. If you want 30 degrees, you can go to Baringo. So go and train them in Turkana. Go and train them in Loruk or maybe in Samburu, where it's 38, it's been 35, 32, they can survive anywhere. So, but training them in an environment, and because we found them colonial doing that, we say this is the right thing to do. Because the reason is we found colonial doing it. And you find them training their house to in Gilgil. The reason was they used to live in Nakuru, in Naivasha, those white islands around the Rift Valley and Central, and they had a lot of cattle. So they needed training to train their
to guard their
cattle. But there's no cattle nowadays in Naivasha. Take them to Nginyang, take them to Turkana, where they can really exercise they can train the way they will be walking.
They can get the reality.
Even when someone is going to training, he knows I'm going to train in Turkana, I'll walk in Turkana. It's okay. His mind is prepared for that. But you take someone training in Eldoret, then send that person to Bandera the next week. Struggle to fit in the environment.
They'll not fit. Let's take a break. It's 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. The Honorable Ruben Kibore is the MP for Mogotio constituency, elected on a UDA ticket. He's here to talk to us about the Kenya Kwanza government and the promises and so far how they're doing. We've spent the last half hour or so talking about security and the security operation in the north and what's been happening there. As a person from the region, he's been giving us an update. Let's continue the conversation after this break. First, we take a look at the weather and traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You think you can guess the year?
2007. That's when the theme song, that's when it premiered for the James Bond movies.
You're half correct. But in terms of guessing the year?
Okay, if not 2007, then 1963.
Oh, now you're just throwing things, eh? You're throwing the sufria and everything outside.
The Spice Drive. Big hair and the biggest hits from the best decade.
Getting jiggy with it. Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quatch, 3 to 7 in the PM.
The Spice Drive, only on 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Cloudy conditions now in Nairobi and a bit of a drizzle through the capital at 15. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 14. At 14, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 24. And we'll see highs of 23 in a rainy Nyeri at 15. It's sunny at 12 in Eldoret, highs of 24. And light rain is coming down in Mombasa, going to highs of 30. We'll see highs of 30 as well in a rainy Malindi now at 26. It's sunny at 19 in Kisumu and sunny at 15 in Kakamega. At 21, rain showers in Kampala this morning, going to highs of 26. And we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 25. At 9 degrees, Johannesburg is clear, highs of 20, and it'll go to highs of 33 in a cloudy Lagos at 27. At 24, Kinshasa is mostly cloudy, highs of 32, back down to lows of 24.
Spice up your life.
So this is the time we're looking at really busy traffic in many parts of the city this morning. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, it is bumper to bumper as you're getting into the CBD. The service lanes are looking good, so there's an option for you to use. Kiambu Road is a number of lanes this morning, most of them outbound as folks try to get towards Muthaiga Square. On James Gishoro, we're looking at it busy as you touch on Waiyaki Way, and also Ring Road Westlands is doing that right now. Juja Road was very, very busy earlier this morning, and we're still seeing that it's bumper to bumper in some parts, but it's flowing smoothly coming up on Jogo Road heading out towards Landis. Let's keep monitoring things and see how they open up. Getting into this morning, talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Everything nice.
spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice Up.
Ruben Kibore, the MP for Mogotio constituency.
So, I mean, looking at security in different parts of the country and then looking at other things that are happening, we cannot run away from the state of the economy. We cannot run away from other matters that affect Kenyans today. Many things were said during the campaigns, and let's look specifically at the government of the president. Many things were said, many promises were made. The cost of living is a biting issue today. From a legislative point of view, what is the focus, and was there a promise made that is going to be difficult to keep for Kenya?
All promises are meant to be difficult, even the one you promise yourself. To keep every promise, you have to, it's a sacrifice. It takes commitment, even to keep that promise you made to your own husband, my dear sister. And it has to be kept, because a promise has to be kept to be a promise. The president was elected in August last year. Since then, he has faced the brunt of drought to begin with. He became president when we are hit by the most severe drought in the last 40 years. And to manage drought himself, for people not to starve and for you not to call Kenya for Kenyans and fundraising for that, we have to give him credit. He has tried, because now it has started raining and the country is no longer feeling the brunt of the drought. We have to give him credit on how he managed the drought. The situation was severe. I'm speaking coming from pastoral side of the country, where we saw our cows dying and we have no food and whatever. But the government tried their bit to keep us afloat. And we are happy we are out of that situation. The second thing that the president faces, he joined government when there have been a serious borrowing and the loans are starting to mature. And, government is successive. You cannot run away from responsibility of Jomo Kenyatta. Like myself now, there's a school, maybe it was started by my former MP. I have to finish. It is not my school, it belongs to the people. So he became president when there is a lot of, we had engaged in a lot of loans. Yeah. And it's a collective responsibility that it must get the country out of the situation it is. Yeah. So to me, the president has succeeded in the first bit in at least making us afloat out of the drought, out of the situation it is, now he's organized himself and his government. It is now, we have to give him 2-3 years for whatever he intends to do in this country to really come out. It's not a quick that you can go and turn government the following day. It has to take time. You have to set systems. You have to put your people who understands your agenda and where you want to take the country. So the first thing in terms of getting the country to a stable situation, I give him a credit, because many people, when you take government, you either go down, pick up, or at least get footing. For him, he has gotten footing of the
What do you
situation.
mean by stabilizing, getting us to a stable situation? What does that exactly mean?
One, the drought was severe. It could have taken us to, we will have seen many people dying of it. We will have seen Kenyans begging for assistance. But at least, even if we begged, it never reached a point that we are so desperate and embarrass ourselves in the global arena that we cannot sustain we cannot feed our own people. Two, in terms of the loans maturing and the country going into the Chris way, give it Chris or Zambia, that they have gone, it will take them ages to pick up from where they.
So which of those things has Kenya Kwanza directly done to stabilize?
One was to remove the subsidy. You see, you cannot subsidize food. The first thing, taking the government money to go and pay subsidy of, let's say, unga. That one would have taken the country into, digging a hole to fill another hole. You know, you end up having the all B more deeper than all A, because you are digging this other hole. You rather fill this hole without digging another.
Without digging another one.
So
but he did not remove a subsidy, Ruben. Which one?
The unga subsidy, the fuel subsidy.
The unga subsidy was done in August.
I'm saying when he came in,
2 weeks after the election, the unga subsidy was done. By the time the president was being sworn in September, there was no unga subsidy.
But I'm saying he could have. It was more popular for him to come and say we are continuing the unga subsidy. But he came and said, no, guys, this is not the direction. It takes boldness to let someone who wants unga that, look, guys, I know we should lower the price of unga, but no, not in this direction. At least let us look for other means to lower this unga, but not by putting subsidy. Subsidy with money from borrowing to subsidize food. You know, there's two things that we should not borrow. We should not borrow for recurrent expenditure, or we should not borrow to hit. At least we should borrow to do roads, to do water, to do many other investments that can bring money back. Those are long-term investment. Those are can blow back to the economy. But borrowing for food and borrowing for recurrent expenditure is taking the country, is taking it to a banana republic. So to me, what the president has done is first by stopping these subsidies, not doing the subsidies, despite the pressure of the drought, the pressure of people wanted unga to be so cheap, and expectation of election. Every election comes with a lot of expectation and a lot of hope. Even the coming one will come with another hope and expectation. But to remain afloat after that promise and an expectation, and to deliver the promise at your own speed and the pace that is manageable and sustainable is another thing that we have to give it to him. So unga right now is 170, depending with the brand of the unga, to 150 depending with the brand of the unga. The bigger the brand, the more arrogant they are, and they feel they can sustain even with 180. But taking it from 230 at the time of drought, when there's no, when people don't have maize, there's no wheat, there's no mchele, it has taken. You have to give it to him.
What has he done? What exactly has the government done that can be credited for that drop in unga prices? So it was 250 at some point last year.
Yes.
It has come to below 200 in some shops.
Yes.
Let's even go just with below 200.
Yeah, below 200.
What direct intervention by government can be credited for this?
One is talking to the millers. Like when I was elected, I called, there's something that you do as a leader that does not cost money. When I was elected, I called my day school principals. I told them, look, this school fees, how much do you charge for school fees? They told me 10,500. I told them it is so expensive for economy like ours in Mogotu. This money, 10,500, do the parents pay all of them? They told me no. They pay 70%. I told them, look now, reduce it to 9,000. They told me, I told them no. I will increase bursary to 3,000 by every child in day school, and I'll give them all of them, wherever you have the population. I'll give every student 3,000, and you reduce it to 9,000. It took a bargaining of almost 3 hours. They chased me outside, they discussed, then they tell, come, then we agreed. They agreed on 9,000. I told them, I'm giving you 3,000. So how much is the balance? 6,000. How much per term? 2,000. So, we end up having the second cheapest day school after Kiaru. Ndindi is a seasoned politician that we could not beat him in 8 months. But now, such negotiation that are always behind the curtain, you cannot come and negotiate within, outside the curtain. It has to be behind the curtain. No one might ever give you credit for doing that. One was maybe he took the millers by the horns.
Do you know this for a fact?
I know. They have had discussion with millers.
So what did the millers do? The millers agreed to forego their profit, or what exactly?
No, they agreed. There was negotiation. One of them is to give them tax-free importation, which they were given. But the problem is that there is another challenge. There's no maize in the region. In the entire, there's a shortage of maize. Even in Zambia, maybe theirs will be by September or August. There's no maize even in Brazil. So another challenge is to locate where the maize is. Okay, we have agreed. Where is the maize? There's a shortage of maize, the white maize. There's for yellow maize, but the yellow maize, there's that suspicion this is GMO, so you cannot do it. So for it to get there, it has taken a lot of discussion, a lot of negotiation, and we are somewhere. In the next 3-4 months, the discussion will be the other way. Okay. From the region I come from, people will be saying, don't lower the prices of maize. And we're almost there to start that conversation that let's not lower the price of maize anymore, because we have maize, we are now planting, we are now weeding. In the next 6 months, the maize will 6-8 months, the maize will be out. Now we'll discuss that. Let's lower it further down. Where will we get our margins as farmers, as local farmers? So we'll come back here in August or September when our maize will be out to have another discussion that we should increase the price of maize, because we are now the one growing them, and we should make margins and profit. And our people in North Rift who are planting maize cannot happen to be the laborers of this nation.
Yeah,
they have to get money out of it. They have to be rich out of it. The same way the region is becoming rich out of what they are planting.
Sure, Mheshimiwa, I think even as we look at the last 6 months in terms of what has happened with government, I don't think there's anybody who is allied to the president, who would say that we could actually do better, that we could do more. Everybody seems to say that everything is going well. We are trying. The reasons why we are in these problems today are because of things that were done in the past. If things actually were not going according to plan, do you think that any of the legislators that we see, any of the governors that we see, any of the county representatives that we have today that are allied to the president would actually call out and say, you know what, we can do better? We should do better. This is what we ought to do.
Actually, we are doing that. The only difference here is that we have a listening president, and as a team player, he's our captain in our formation. And when you have a captain who is listening, you don't need to go and shout him out in the camera to be popular. When we go to PG, it is not a monologue. It gives us a chance to speak to him. We challenge sometimes what he thinks, and sometimes he challenges us. We meet somewhere in between. And when you have someone who is listening in camera, and you don't have reason to go and embarrass him and to go and address him or give him wisdom outside the camera when he can listen to you in your private, in your PGs, in your private conversation, he listens. He likes being challenged. He likes being asked tough questions. Like the tough question we ask here, sometimes we ask him, and he answers, and sometimes he gives you that this one is a better idea. Let's give into this one, it's better than mine. So it's the reason why sometimes people shout at the leaders and come out and call them bluff is when they fail to listen. When they don't listen to them, people say, use any other avenue available to talk to them. I would have used this avenue to talk to him, if he was not listening. But now he's listening to me. Why should I use this avenue to suit for an answer which he can give me elsewhere? And before any serious agenda we have ventured in as Kenya Kwanza, we have gone to State House for a PG and discuss and have a middle ground. In all these PGs, we have not agreed when we are going there, we go with different opinions, but we go and harmonize our opinion into one, and we come out as one team. We come out as one team which has decided this and this and this and this should be done. Like for the negotiation, the bipartisan talk, we went to State House, discuss to what level do we do this bipartisan, how do we go about it, and we agreed, let's support this for the better of the country. We support it, let's go and do this as a team. So the problem is that we have a captain who's listening. And you might see us as if we are not doing our side of our side. And the second thing is that we must not look like we are in war with the executive to do our oversight.
You don't have
role.
to shout across each other, but when it comes to accountability, because that's the job that parliamentarians have been given. Yes. One of the things that the people of Mogotio and others expect you to do in the National Assembly is to properly oversight the executive to ensure that it's doing things the right way.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yes.
For example, soon the finance bill will come before you.
Yes.
And you will be required to cast your vote on it.
Yes.
And if you look at the things that have been proposed by the executive on the finance bill, in terms of, taxes here, levies there, I've got to ask you, do you think the people of Mogotio are happy with the proposals of the government when it comes to taxation? And even with the proposals of government when it comes to spending? Are the people of Mogoti really happy by seeing, okay, the government wants to spend 3.6 trillion shillings in the next financial year? That's all right. That's cool. That's cool.
Please spend.
And run a budget deficit of about 600 billion shillings. All right, that's cool. You can borrow 600 billion shillings. You'll adjust it sometime in the middle of the year, and will allow you to borrow a trillion shillings. The people of Mogoti are happy with that?
The great people of Mogoti were still, the proposed bill is still new. I've shared with them even in their forums the proposed bill. And like I told you, at many times, the legislation part of government doesn't seem to be in war or in fight with the executive to do their oversight role. The bill is still new. I'm still also familiarizing myself as you are. And I'm still going through. And it is in public participation stage, which means they are welcoming Kenyans to give their suggestion and ideas on what they think should be added, what they think should be removed. After that, it will come back to us. Before it comes back to us, when it comes back to us, we will not just go and vote. We will have hear what Kenyans are saying about it. We are continually saying, and we are listening. Our ear is on the ground. What they are saying, we are listening, and we are also giving what we think should be improved on the same. Even yesterday, I was going the chair of the chair of the finance committee in Parliament, giving my 1-2 suggestions that I think should be added on the same. But before then, we'll have to sit down, and I hope the president will. I know the president will give us audience so that we also do our contribution. First in camera and tell him this and this what our Kenyans are saying, this and this what are saying, how this the direction we might take. These are what do you think is the middle ground? What is
do you have to go back and seek permission?
Not seeking permission. Not seeking permission.
Is right
not seeking
for the
permission.
Who have
not
given
seeking
you
permission.
the
Not seeking permission. You know, in Parliament, so you say the bill has come from executive. We will go and tell them the views that we think Kenya have told us. And we will come out with what will be safe for Kenyans and what will be safe for the country. One, we have to remove emotions out of it, in the sense that we also have a country to run. We also have development to fund. But we also have to be sensible to the situation in the ground. The Kenyans that are going through, what limit can they still stretch? If there's no limit, it's a fact. There's no limit. If there's limit, to which extent? So it's something that needs conversation. It doesn't need shouting much. And many people have taken shouting much to be talking to government. You don't have to shout to government, or you don't have. When they don't listen, they fail to listen, you shout. It's the last option. But before we get there, we must, as leaders, seek to sit down with the executive and discuss, say, look guys, these and these are what we think are our input to this as leadership. This and this should be done to this bill. If you look at, let's say, the region, Uganda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, sometimes they are at 40%. As we are at 30%. That doesn't mean we should add, but we are saying there's a situation in the region. There's a situation in the global arena in terms of the engagement, in terms of taxation, and in terms of IMF and many other. The Eurobond are maturing. They need their money. The many commitments that we did are maturing. When they do commitment, doesn't start then. You write commitment will start in 5 years, 10 years, whatever. So it is maturing now. They're starting coming for their due. Say, guys, you sign. You will not say it was not my signature. Even if Kibaki signed, he signed on behalf of the Republic of Kenya, not on his own behalf. Kibaki is gone, Moi is gone, but there is some commitment that Moi put this country in that we are still servicing. So they are maturing, and we have to say, how then do we grow this country? Because there's only one way to get to where we are going. Two ways to take this country to where we want to go. One is market. Our population is small, and two is to move from a revolution to the industrialization, which the president is coming up well with industrial park. But this industrial park needs population. For us to industrialize Africa, we need to get population. We have population in Africa, but it's not connected in two ways. One, we don't have a common currency. Two, we don't have a common links joining us. We don't have a link from here to good link from here to Uganda and whatever. So, and the only formula is the European Revolution, which took 200 years for them to get where they are. And then America copied the same formula. They use 100 years. In the same European formula of industrialization, Chinese use it 40 years, the American formula. As we should use 20 years because we have the formula. It's still fitting, but the problem is population. So the president is trying to take us from this. The only way we can get out of this is industrialization. If we don't go industrialization, we'll continue taxing because we don't have another source of revenue.
But those are some of those premises, or those are the promises of the Kenya Kwanza administration.
Yes.
And then now we are looking at the actualization and the realization of them.
There's one thing you're not saying, bro. The president has given commitment in this budget we are going to do now that he will do 47 industrial parks around the country, including one in Baringo, which will be situated in the Royal Mogotio. So this industrial park is what is meant to take our mind from, we have invested in TVETs. Where are we taking this knowledge from TVET? We should take them in industrialization. So to fund this industrialization, we need to get budget out of it. We don't need to get money to budget it. And taxation is an option, but it should be considerate. That's why we're saying it is too early to preempt. Let it go to public participation. Let it to chambue kama wa Kenya. After that, it come back to parliament. We do our bit. Why don't you have confidence in us as members of parliament that we'll do something?
No, we have confidence. That's why we are asking you the questions. Because we are in that point and an area of public participation.
We will. From the president to the MCA.
I'm hearing very many members of parliament saying that, I'm waiting for it to come to parliament. And that's where my problem is. At this point, you should be engaging with it and knowing what areas you'd like to raise when it comes to parliament.
Yes.
Because if you wait for it to come to parliament and then now you are told, okay, so this is the bill.
At least mine, I told you I'm still reading. And I've read and I'm still reading because you have to really
Fuel, for example.
Yes.
The president promised that one of the things that he'd like to do with fuel was to bring down the cost of fuel. He kept talking during the presidential debate. He kept saying there are about 15 taxes and levies. And we need to relook at those things. For example, VAT at even that 8% is still high. We can remove that VAT and find other creative ways of raising revenue without necessarily having to put it through fuel. Now, those levies remain and VAT goes up in fuel.
It came to the last parliament, the 12th parliament was shut down. And it is the same legislature, it is the same National Assembly. I told you, let us not preempt, and we are here to serve Kenyans. Our primary interest, and our president, is to serve Kenyans and to reduce the burden of Kenyans. So let's not go before the horse. Let's give it time. Let's familiarize, keep reading. I'm also reading. Let's keep engaging. Let's keep sharing ideas. When it comes there, we'll do what ought to be done.
Okay. There's a lot that's also been happening. And, if you look at yesterday, the CS Kithure Kindiki was back in Shakahola. They have resumed the operation. 21 new bodies exhumed. And we want to hear from our leaders what they think of this. Over 130 bodies have been recovered from this particular area alone. What is going on?
It is shameful. It is unfortunate. It is embarrassing. It is one of the worst tragedy we have ever had in this country. It's a failure in terms of government. It's failure in terms of community responsibility and being brothers keepers and being neighbors keepers. It is failure even to what we used to call nyumba kumi. It is a failure of the social fabric, the government. It is failure. We have failed humanity. What is happening in Shakahola is we have failed humanity by all aspects. One, where were the intelligence of this country? We pride ourselves to be having one of the best intelligence system in the region. Where were they since 2018? When this thing happened, where were they? They could not point out even the place were discovered accidentally, meaning many more people have died. In fact, the person who should be answerable and he should be fired the following day is the head of intelligence in this country. It is shameful that over 100, 200 people can die without the intelligence noticing over a period of over 5 years. What were they doing? Which cows were they looking after? Second is a failure to the community around there, because you mean your mother or your sister can disappear without you even raising complaint. Okay, one is okay, 2 is okay, 3 is okay, 10 is okay, 100 is okay? No, it is not okay. What about the boyfriend of that lady, air hostess, who wrote that she wanted to commit suicide or whatever? Where, what actions did she do? And there are people who died in that situation. So it is a failure that we failed humanity as a people. It is a failure that the government has failed humanity, especially the intelligence service and the security. And it is, I think the problem is, started in 2018 when we started moving our intelligence from the real work that they ought to do, and we started chasing politicians, saying, huyu analala wapi, amechukua nini, amefanya nini. We politicize our intelligence. And it is a total shame on the former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
You had to bring it there, didn't you?
Yeah.
Ruben Kibore, thank you very much for joining us. Ruben is the Member of Parliament for Mogotio constituency. Keep it here for more conversations. In the next hour, we talk Jubilee. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. President William Ruto and Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu have signed several MOUs that will see ties between the two countries evolve into transformational partnership. Ruto, while speaking in Israel, said the agreements will deepen cooperation, enhance connectivity, and broaden the range of Kenya's exports.
We now have 22 MOUs, the largest memorandum of understanding with any country, that has expanded our relations, deepened our ties from education to agriculture to defense and many other areas. We have many people trained in Israel in our agricultural sector. We have huge cooperation in our defense and intelligence that has enabled us to deal with the challenge of terrorism and to improve our training of our security personnel.
Kakamega Governor Fernandez Baraza, who is also chair of the Finance, Planning and Economic Affairs Committee of the Council of Governors, has urged members of Parliament to relook at the Finance Bill 2023, which was tabled in the National Assembly last week. MPs drawn from the Committee on Decentralized Funds met Governor Baraza during a courtesy call at his office in Kakamega. Baraza implored on MPs to ensure that ordinary Kenyans emerge as winners when the bill, which has proposed rough taxation measures, is enacted into law. Governor Baraza also petitioned Parliament to push for funding for counties with the same zeal witnessed during the clamour for return of CDF. 6 MPs led by Gertrude Mbeyu, who is also the vice chairperson of the Committee on Decentralized Funds, committed to mobilize counterparts at the August House from across the political divide. Now, Kenya risks losing a 3.7 billion shillings worth of anti-malaria nets from the Global Fund due to a bungled procurement process by the Ministry of Health. The process, handled by the Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, has been flagged by the Global Fund as being irregular, with the fund seeking to move the process to its own procurement, a move that will also deny the country earnings to the tune of 600 million shillings and put at risk over 10 million people who are expected to benefit from the nets. The fight against malaria, a disease that kills an estimated 12,000 people yearly in Kenya, is in danger of stalling following what the Global Fund, which supports this fight, terms as irregular procurement procedures for the acquisition of some 10 million insecticide-treated nets. The fund has deflated 3.7 billion shillings tenders for the supply of 10.2 million long-lasting polyethylene and polyester nets to be distributed from November this year to July next year as part of the mass campaign. Luckily, the tender was floated in January this year, but ran into problems soon after the Ministry of Health and the Global Fund clashing on the specifications of the nets to be delivered, resulting in an amendment of the tender and the extension of the same. A total of 17 bids were received, with 5 making the cut according to the evaluation committee. If the tender had been handled by Kenya, KEMSA would have received 2% or 74 million shillings as part of the procurement fee and 8% or 295 million shillings as warehousing and distribution charges. Now, all passengers arriving in Kenya through any point of entry will no longer be required to produce a COVID-19 vaccination certificate or show proof of a negative COVID-19 test. This follows a review of COVID-19 travel restrictions in Kenya by the Ministry of Health, in line with guidance from the World Health Organization. Health Cabinet Secretary Susan Nakhumicha, in a letter to the Foreign Affairs counterpart Alfred Mutua, noted that Kenya has over the last 3 months noted a decline in the number of COVID-19 cases and a drop in the overall positivity positivity rate from a weekly average of 2.5% in mid-January 2023 to a weekly average of 0.5% as at the week ending April 30th, 2023. The Health CS further noted that only travelers arriving at any port of entry into Kenya with flu-like symptoms will be expected to fill out the passenger locator form on the Jitenge platform. And former nominated Member of Parliament Hassan Osman has written to the political parties disputes tribunal seeking to block former President Uhuru Kenyatta from convening the Jubilee Party National Delegates Conference on May 22nd, 2023. The former legislator, a member of Jubilee Party, has cited concerns that the conference is wrongful and unlawful and could destabilize the party. He further states that the two warring factions, one led by Kenyatta, Jeremiah Kioni and Kagwe Gishohi, and other one led by Sabina Chege and Kanini Kega, have unlawful, illegal and unprocedurally tried to fabricate the party constitution, membership and leadership. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, so we're looking at traffic a few minutes after 8 o'clock. The drizzle is still there in certain parts. We're looking at heavy traffic coming off Gong Road, getting into the city. It's also heavy off of Jogo Road on the other side of things, coming in through towards Haile Selassie. Everybody meets then in the CBD, and off of Uhuru Highway, past the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, there's traffic getting into the city. It's heavy on the Thika Superhighway as well as on Kiambu Road. That bumper-to-bumper traffic is inching further and further away from Muthaiga Square. So there's traffic then coming off Kiambu Road. Let's look on the other side of things in Westlands. We're then going towards Wayaki Way, coming off James Gishoro. It's heavy. And on Limuru Road as well, some traffic, we're still looking at it. The Northern Bypass, heavy with traffic coming in through towards Upper and Lower Runda. It's going to be a busy morning, folks. Let's keep an eye on things. Let's know what's going on where you are on Spice FM KE on Twitter.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room,
7
the
minutes
only
after
way
8.
to start your day.
Welcome to the third hour of The Situation Room, still live on Spice FM, KTN Home, and online on YouTube and Facebook, where we live stream the show. I&M Bank is telling you, walk into any I&M Bank branch countrywide. I&M Tunakujali with the largest personal unsecured loan in the country. Largest unsecured personal loan in the country, up to 10 million shillings from I&M Bank. They're saying, come, let's empower your prosperity. Whether you're a civil servant, a private sector employee, working for any organization, MSME, or even NGO, all you need is to walk to I&M Bank with your payslip and an introduction letter from your employer, and then you have a conversation. They can give you unsecured personal loans up to 10 million shillings and a maximum tenure of 96 months. That's 8 years. Imagine the lowest amount you can get is 50,000 shillings and the lowest tenure is 12 months. Don't worry if you have another unsecured loan from another bank. Well, just walk in there. They can actually take over or buy off that loan and top up your loan, and then it starts from that day. So you have another unsecured loan, even if you're an I&M Bank customer, and then you go in there and you're like, okay, or by the way, I've been doing this. Talk to them. They'll discuss. If you come from another bank, you have an unsecured loan from another bank, you can walk into I&M. They just look at you and say, all right, so you want a top up? Like, how much more do you want? 7 million? Sawa, hakuna shida. Just bring your pay slip, look at the pay slip, see, yes, you qualify. After that, you get your money. It's as simple as that. If you are not able to walk into an I&M Bank branch today, you can call them 0719 088 000. That's 0719 088 000. All right. We continue the political conversation. This time, let's look at the former ruling political party, the third largest political party in Parliament today, the Jubilee Party. We had the Secretary General, the registered Secretary General of Jubilee last week in the studio.
Good adjective.
Yes, you have to qualify. We had the registered Secretary General of Jubilee in the studio last week, Jeremiah Kioni. One of the members of Jubilee is now joining us. Ngunjiri Wambogo, the former MP for Nyeri Town. Good morning.
Good morning, Eric.
How you doing?
Salama sana. I also caught myself laughing when you had to qualify.
Oh, yes. It's important. Hey, that is with Jubilee. There's a Secretary General and there's an acting Secretary General. There's a party leader and there's a party leader. Party leader. You know? And the acting Secretary General is also, on the other side, registered as the Director of Elections. Is that not so?
Yes, yes.
And there's an NDC and maybe there's no NDC.
There's an NDC that's been cancelled, and I saw the newspapers put it in quotes. So.
Yes. Is there an NDC or is there no NDC?
I guess we'll know on 22nd.
That's when we shall find out. Welcome, Njiri.
Thank you very much
for this conversation.
Thank you.
CT is not in today. We were all unwell yesterday, and we've told him, okay, wait, just take some time. Yeah, charge your batteries fully. Come back. So I have the proverb. The proverbs this week are from Somalia. Today's proverb is either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others. Either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others. If you don't come here with a solution, then go with the solution that's been provided.
That's a good one, actually. It's a very good one. A lot of Kenyans should take that advice.
Don't just
criticize.
Get into Twitter and just fire salvo. Propose your solution. What is your solution? Ngunjiri, are you still a member of Jubilee?
Yes, I am.
Last I checked, you are a member of Jubilee.
I still am.
In fact, you vied under Jubilee.
Yes, I'm a very, very, very...
So which Jubilee now are you in?
I'm a member of Jubilee. When all this is said and done, there will be Jubilee, and there is Jubilee, there will be Jubilee, because when all this is said and done, we're going to be left with a party. I think first, let's start with the positive side of these wrangles. It means, there was this conversation that Jubilee has died. The fact that we have wrangles and we're making newspaper coverage and we're having conversations on Spice, the Situation Room, means we haven't died, which is a good thing. And, they say in politics, all news, whatever it's positive, negative, is good news. Anything that makes people talk about you, it's actually a good thing. So this is good for the party. It also makes people realize that the party didn't go anywhere. Now we all know that the party is the third largest party in Parliament today, which wasn't common knowledge before. There was this perception that Jubilee just quit, after the last election. So, and then a lot of the things that are making this faction or fight happen are coming to the light. We have, for example, when we listen to Kioni, you hear his argument is that, we are in Azimio, and because we're in Azimio, we need to be doing what Azimio is asking us to do. And then you listen to Kanini and Sabina, and you hear them argue, no, Azimio is not treating us well. So why I'm saying I'm in Jubilee is because when all these conversations are done, we will have a party. And it's not going to be Jubilee A and Jubilee B. Somebody's going to win this battle.
But at this point,
yes,
are you in A or B? You are the last person to say you are in Jubilee. Because when you talked about Jubilee for the last 5 years, there were two Jubilees. And it was clear. You were Jubilee Kieleweke.
Yes.
In fact, you came up with the Kieleweke tag.
Yes.
And then there was Jubilee Tanga.
Yes.
And it was clear where you were in Jubilee Kieleweke. There were those people who were in Jubilee Tanga. Now we have two Jubilees. I don't know what we are calling them. Whether we are calling them Jubilee Azimio or Jubilee Kenya Kwanza.
Incidentally, at that moment in time, when we were doing Kieleweke, what we had, again, were factional fights, but we still had one party. Same thing that is happening today. I hope we will not go the way we went in the previous term, where some people will live. Actually, a couple of weeks back, I made a very strong request to both factions. I mean, if we can have a bipartisan conversation at national level between the president and President Ruto and Raila Odinga, I don't see why Kanini Kega and Kioni cannot sit down and have a bipartisan conversation as well from within the party. Because it doesn't matter who wins this particular fight. As we saw last time, yes, we could have said we fought. Those of us who are calling ourselves Jubilee Kieleweke fought, managed to push out those who are Jubilee Tangatanga, but the party lost. Ultimately, we were so much weaker because of what happened. So the lesson that we need to carry forward is that it doesn't matter who is going to win this fight. Jubilee is going to be weaker. Okay. So if we are to carry that forward from that lesson, because we need to learn from history.
Yeah.
My proposal would be let's not go that route again. Doesn't help any of us.
To prevent the pains of this whiplash which we're all feeling right now, maybe we need to look at the cause of this fight. First of all, what is the fight and what is then causing it? What's the problem?
Let me just try and answer your question as candidly as possible. What we are having is a supremacy fight.
Okay.
A supremacy fight made up of people in parliament or people in office, whether it is IALA or in parliament, and those who are not in parliament. If you look at what's been happening, Kioni didn't make it back to parliament last time, though he's actually Secretary General and working for the party.
Yeah.
So we have officials of the party on one hand, including the party leader, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and then we have elected members of parliament who are trying to play. Each side is trying to figure out, wants to be left owning the party because of where we are going forward. We have, of course, the feeling that the people in parliament want to take Jubilee and go with it to Kenya Kwanza. And then we have the people outside parliament saying, no, you can't auction our party to Kenya Kwanza. But then there's argument from now the people in parliament arguing, but then you're auctioning our party to Azimio. If you're going to auction it to someone, you may as well auction it to somebody who will actually do us some good. Because why would you take us to opposition?
One who brings the goodies.
Because it looks like we have been auctioned either way. Either to Azimio or to Kenya Kwanza. So the question is, if you're going to be auctioned and you can't stop yourself from being auctioned, then have a conversation about what you're going to get back in return. And I always argue, former President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2002 was a party leader of KANU, and he was the official leader of opposition. And he made a strategic decision to join government. And he crossed over and he got really bashed up by ODM at that moment for that decision. But he made a strategic decision to go and join government. Of course, later on he left KANU. But for that period of time...
That decision also saw him leaving KANU.
Because
of the infighting that started within KANU.
Yes.
That you have sold us to PNU.
Yes. But you see, the question about politics is, then did it move that team to the next level? Because at that moment in time, what would have happened? For example, Uhuru Kenyatta would most probably not have come back into parliament, might not have gotten re-elected in that particular election. So sometimes you have to make that current decision, even as you're hoping it means that you're moving forward in some way. I think at this moment in time, the question for most of us in Jubilee is, what is there for us in Azimio at this moment in time? I've been talking to my colleagues who are in parliament.
Yeah.
You get the feeling that Azimio doesn't give them a lot of respect at this moment in time. First of all, Azimio argues that you guys have already gone. So when they're sitting down to have conversations as opposition, they don't invite Jubilee people who are elected because of the perception that Nyinyi Mshahama, you're already on the government side. And the question that one of now the people in parliament was asking is, we are a party. Wiper goes and does a retreat and makes a decision whether or not they're going to support something that Azimio is doing. It's not assumed that because they're in Azimio, they will automatically follow whatever decisions that are made within the Azimio. The same thing is supposed to happen within Jubilee. It doesn't happen. So you have that fight coming from the parliamentary people. There are 38 members of parliament. When positions were being distributed for chairmanships of the committees that the opposition is supposed to have, Jubilee ended up having the short end of that particular stick. And that has been happening. Look at the bipartisan teams that were formed. Azimio formed their team. Despite the fact that Jubilee is the second largest party in Azimio, it doesn't have a single person. in that bipartisan team.
Yep.
So you can see where Akina Sabina are coming from with their argument. Now, Kendi on the other end is arguing that, we signed something and we have to stick to our principle, we have to stay within Azimio. But you have to ask why. Politics is about interests.
What do you think? Should Jubilee stick within Azimio? Or should it accept overtures from Kenya Kwanza? Because there are overtures from Kenya Kwanza.
There are overtures from Kenya Kwanza. And there are overtures from, actually, I don't think there are any overtures from Azimio. I think Azimio is assuming they have to stay.
Yeah, you are a founder member.
Yeah, so they're assuming you have to stay in here. And I think this is a conversation that our party needs to have before we jump out to the streets and start fighting each other. We need to have a very candid, unemotional conversation, because there are things that I see happening within Jubilee right now. And I'm sorry to say this, I see this happening within, for example, our party leader, Kioni, to some extent, a very emotional refusal to accept the reality that we are in right now.
Which is?
We fought Kenya Kwanza very hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes to a very personal level.
Yeah.
And then Kenya Kwanza won.
Yeah.
And they won despite our best efforts. Yeah. I think there is a part within our national leadership that has never actually accepted, at an emotional level, that William Ruto is president, that Kenya Kwanza is running government. And to that extent, every time you hear...
the backyard, the stronghold of Jubilee is gone.
It's gone. So every time you hear you have an overture from Kenya Kwanza, instead of putting it on the table and actually looking at it... from a point of strategic interest for the party, it's that emotional reviews. No, we cannot talk to these guys. And you can't do politics like that. So, for example, I feel very strongly again that former president and our party leader now, Uhuru Kenyatta, needs to actually recuse himself from this conversation. Because, let me tell you what's going to happen, Eric. I have a lot of respect for Uhuru Kenyatta. I mean, a lot of us stood with him to the extent we knew we were going to lose our seats, or we felt there was that risk. We kept being told, listen to the ground, move. I don't think there is anybody who would argue that had I moved to UDA, I would be a member of parliament right now in Nyeri town constituency. Most probably I would be a member of parliament. I mean, you can never say 100%, but to a large extent, we stood with him up to that point. I don't want to get to the point where I am crossing words with him. Because of where the party is supposed to be going. He did his part, and he did a good job. But he needs to accept that he really doesn't have a vision for the party beyond where we are. Because remember, a party must be run by somebody with a vision. The former president, gave us his vision, took us through 10, 12 years under Jubilee, from when it was being formed into a coalition, then onwards to a party. He ran the government for 10 years. He's retired as president. Now, when you're running a party, whether you look at Raila Odinga or Kalonzo Musyoka, the people follow you because you're running for president. So you want to be president, and you have a party that is the vehicle through which you'll negotiate, campaign, popularize your policies to go and lead government. Now, as Jubilee, being run by the former president, we are being run to where? He's done. He can never be president again. He can never be head of state again. He can never be leader of government again. He can never be in charge of introducing policy again. So as much as we respect him and as much as we want him to stay with us, he really must accept that he can't run a party again. And it's actually as simple as that.
So
once he accepts that, because even in other countries, even in the first world, once you retire as president, you become part of an honorary team of advisors to the party. But you can't run the party. Not unless you're planning to have another run for the presidency. Because the presidency is the apex of political career. Once you've achieved it and you're done, where are you taking us?
Why do you think he still wants to remain at the helm of the party?
I think it's what I said, that part of an emotional...
Like it is his baby and he wants to...
First, there's that thing of it's his baby. Second, he thinks and he's scared that, yes, you might actually go and work with Kenya Kwanza, who I still get the impression are people he still has a very personal problem with. But then it's a personal problem. And that's where we are. So he's making a decision saying, I mean, I watched him that day on the streets. But the first thing I saw was a picture. I didn't see the video. I was sure it was a Photoshop. I could not believe.
Which streets?
The day he went to Kileleshwa to fight for...
Those are not streets. That's your party office, brother. That's the party
he didn't actually get to the headquarters. The first pictures were in the street.
I was on the road too.
On the road too.
Yeah.
But so he's in the
streets, bwana. You make it sound like he was Uko Mandamano.
No. He wasn't Mandamano. He was in the street that goes to the party office. And I remember thinking, man, how did we get here? How did we get to the point where a former president is actually in the street with Akina Gaucho and other guys from ODM defending the party against other members of the party? It was just bad. And that's at the point at which I remember telling myself, Uhuru needs to actually step aside from this battle. He needs to sit over there. He needs to call Kioni and Kanini, both of them, without taking sides. Tell them, can you sit here? What is it that you get? What do you want to do with this party? Where are you going with this party? Listen to one side, listen to the other side, and make a decision for the party. Not based on personal issues, because now we have another election in 4 years. 4 years, 3 months. How are we preparing for it? Are we preparing for it? I know people are saying the party might die, the party might leave. That is up to the membership of the party to decide. If the membership of the party went and said, we are wrapping up this thing, that's it. It's a democracy.
Okay. What role, and let's look at this as constructively as possible, what role do you feel that Jubilee is playing in Kenya's politics today? And what role do you believe Jubilee ought to be playing?
First, I don't think Jubilee is playing any role right now. And that's we're so busy fighting within ourselves. We're actually not doing anything else. That's the reality, right? We're not doing anything else.
It's like Team B that didn't get a chance to
we're not. We're just there. We are on the sidelines of national politics at the moment, and we're actually fighting outside the field where guys are playing. Us guys are just over here. So the reality is, at this moment in time,
you're outside the stadium.
We're, for all you know, we're not even in the game yet, right? And it's very sad, considering we're the third largest party. Let me tell you one of the parties that I actually admire, its ability, and it's something we can learn from. Wiper. Wiper is a very interesting party. It's never very large in parliament. Even in the last parliament, it had like 25 members. I think it has more or less the same number of members right now. But they're cohesive. They do a lot of retreats. They sit, they speak. They understand where they are. They understand they're not a major party, but they are a critical party in terms of that they have a swing vote. So anytime in parliament something needs a swing vote, a vote needs a swing vote, they're able to position themselves as that party. That's what Jubilee should be doing right now. We're not a major party in terms of that we have the numbers to be able to push something against everybody else and pass it. But we have critical enough numbers to be able to actually stop something. We also have the capacity to make noise outside.
Yeah.
Because making noise outside, as we have learned from ODM over the years, doesn't need many numbers. You just need to have a cohesive message and consistency. Now, that's what Jubilee ought to be doing right now. We have a background. We were in government for 10 years.
Yeah.
So we have a history. We're able to pick up things. I was reading through the proposed budget that the president has come up with, and there's a lot of money going into projects that were run under Jubilee. That's something Jubilee should be talking about and owning that this work is continuing. So it shows we are not just lost, as we were told. Because if we are continuing roads in Mau Mau, we are continuing roads, the Kenol, we are continuing projects in Kisumu and other places. This is something that Jubilee can run with.
What you are doing.
It's an endorsement of what Jubilee was doing. So if we were structured, if we were thinking ahead, that's what we ought to be talking about. It also allows us to be able to step in. We've had this conversation about subsidies.
Yeah.
The subsidy program was a program that Jubilee created during its term. It was removed by the Kenya Kwanza government. The people who should have talked about it the most are Jubilee. They should have explained it. They should have talked about the challenges of removing it. They should have demanded for a clear idea of how it would be replaced. I have heard Kenya Kwanza government talking about investing in production and saying that Jubilee was investing in consumption. So that conversation. So Jubilee has a lot of platforms. We have a lot we can leverage, having been a ruling party. We also must learn from KANU. KANU is another ruling party that just now operates outside the field with us. So, I mean, we have to decide, for heaven's sake, how
you guys could form your.
I mean, you could form our own. We open a stadium outside and we just play our own game. But we have an opportunity.
Can have a league in Dogo.
And we create our own league. We just decide, okay, you guys are playing Premier League. As you guys have been relegated, we go back down here. We change the game a bit, and we start playing. But we will not be able to do that until we sort this thing that we're having internally. But it's a very simple thing. It just requires people to stop being emotional and think about the party as a political vehicle that's supposed to take membership forward. How do we, when you have a conversation about we don't want to work with government, who are we going to work with? I mean, how do you sit here and tell us as a party we have a problem with Jubilee accepting overtures from government? At that point where ODM, as Azimio, because that now is like ODM and Wiper that are having a conversation with Kenya Kwanza. ODM and Wiper, through a bipartisan process, are already having a conversation about already accepting overtures from government. Because that's what the bipartisan conversation is. Government reaching out to ODM and Wiper. Because now Jubilee is not part of it. But then somebody over here is saying, but Jubilee shouldn't be doing it. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? Let's be real. Let's be honest. The government is already reaching out to ODM. The government is already reaching out to Wiper. They're actually having a formal, structured engagement.
And you're outside. And
Jubilee is outside. And when Jubilee tries to open its own door over here to have, an engagement.
To be at the table.
To be at the table. We are told, no. Why are you guys talking to government? Like, come on.
So then there's a case then.
Let's take a break. It's 8:30. An interesting conversation that we're having here with Ngonjiri Wambogo, former member of parliament for Nyeri Town, a member of Jubilee. And we're talking about the Jubilee and the infighting within Jubilee. And Ngonjiri is very categorical today. He's saying he thinks the party leader, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, should take a backseat in the leadership of Jubilee immediately for the sake of the party. Higher. Let's continue this conversation after this break. Keep it here. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Oh my God, look at the curtains. Oh, and the shoes. Wow, my dream fridge. Oh.
What is it? My friend, you don't have money. Let's go.
Yes. I know what to do. The interest on my fixed deposit has matured to Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank.
What is it about Kingdom Bank? Everyone is surprising me about this Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank move.
Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. Kingdom Bank is now offering mid to long-term fixed saving with higher interest rates. Earn up to 10% interest from as little as 50,000 Kenya shillings on our fixed and core deposits. Enjoy a variety of our great services including savings and junior savings accounts for your kids. Get return on your fixed investments today at Kingdom Bank. Songa Mbele na Kingdom Bank. Shop now for all you want. Talk to us on 0709 881300 for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Kingdom Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
The drizzle continues in a mostly cloudy Nairobi at 16, highs of 22 and lows of 14. We'll see lows of 14 as well in Nakuru where it's cloudy at 16. Mostly cloudy conditions at 16 in Nyeri, going to highs of 23, and we'll see highs of 24 in a mostly cloudy Eldoret. At 26, Mombasa is cloudy. The rain has stopped for now, and we're seeing the same situation. That'll go to highs of 30 in Malindi. It's sunny at 21 in Kisumu, and it will go to highs of 27 in a sunny Kakamega. At 20, the rain showers continue in Kampala, going to highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 30 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 27. It's 9 degrees and mostly sunny in Johannesburg, going to highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly cloudy Lagos. At 24, it's cloudy in Kinshasa, highs of 32, back down to lows of 24. It's a busy morning with traffic. It's actually not looking too bad on the Thika Superhighway. Not anymore, at least. Traffic is now sifted through towards just past that Outer Ring Junction. Coming out of Westlands is where it looks a lot busier now. Waikiki not doing too badly. Into the CBDs where most of it's happening this morning. On Kiambu Road, it's still a little bit here and there, but has reduced significantly. I think the traffic might end a little bit sooner today, but let's keep an eye on things. Coming out from Two Rivers, Rwaka out into Kitisuru, traffic building as you get then closer towards Peponi. On North Airport Road, going out to Outer Ring and then through to the Eastern Bypass, not doing too badly either. Keep an eye on things. Let us know what's going on where you are this morning. Nothing too far out of whack, so that's good. Talk to us on Spice FM, KE on Twitter.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, right, Nairobi.
5 minutes to 9. The conversation continues with Ngunjiri Wambogo, former Nyeri Town MP, member of Jubilee, and he has a message to the registered party leader of Jubilee, which is take a back seat. Recuse yourself from the leadership of the party. But must he?
Actually, no, he doesn't. He has the right, constitutional right, to continue doing politics for as long as he wants. And the only reason I'm asking him to do that is because usually the party leader of a party is somebody who is running for opposition in government. And he can't. So I don't understand why he would want to continue being.
But maybe this
leader.
is the best thing for Kenya right now, because this is a problem that we've had. We've had a problem where the party leader, because they are running for the presidency, they sort of also tend to be like the owner of the party. They tend to be the one who dictates everything that happens in the party. So even members of parliament in a political party have got to listen to what the party leader is saying. And that time the party leader is in State House. So you find you have problems, like you had problems in the 12th parliament and in the 11th parliament as well, in holding the government properly accountable. Because many of the members of Jubilee really cannot. What will you tell Uhuru? He's the boss.
Unfortunately, the reality of politics is that political parties are about getting political power to implement policies.
That's true.
So either you're in government, and that's what the political party is, in government, as we were before, or you're trying to get into government. Even when you're in opposition, you're opposing and challenging and critiquing to get to government, so that you can be the one implementing. Because the idea is nobody runs to be opposition. I mean, nobody runs for office to be
second,
or to be in the opposition.
Yeah.
You go to the opposition as you mark time for the next election, that hopefully you can actually run government. And this is now where my problem with our party leader is. He has already run government. The vision, the kind of vision, because parties are run by visions. We are going there. What makes me follow you is because you're taking me somewhere. So if you are the party leader, unless we come up with a process that says that the party leader is like a patron of the party.
Yeah.
But you see, we're going to war. Politics is like, it's been equated to war for a long time. I want to follow somebody who's going to be at the war with me because he's going somewhere, not somebody who's going to be sitting outside telling me when I used to be at war, this is what we used to do. You can advise me like that when we are planning, but when I go to war, I don't want you telling me how we used to fight, how from outside. I want you in there with me because we are going. When what we get, you will be part of it. Because that's how you fight.
Sure. If we apply a little bit more depth to this, isn't this then the fundamental problem with having parties in this country and in others as well, led by a character instead of an ideology? Because what would happen is that it wouldn't matter who was at the helm. If the ideology essentially was the leader of the party, it wouldn't matter who came in. That even after you had somebody who was at the helm of the party, the helm of the country, helm of government, and when they were gone, because it was the ideology that was driving this party, it wouldn't matter who was at the head. Can we now start to see the fundamental problem with having individuals driving parties? Because now your everything, your blood, sweat, tears is vested in this individual, to where they will essentially carry you, who is seeking a position as governor, as MP, as senator. Not because you want to take this thing that the party believes in and then go and apply it in different regions where you can govern, but because it is the individual who has taken me there. Your allegiance, it's continually for this person. You continually want to kiss the ring. Actually, and if that person leaves, guess what? It collapses like a house of cards, like what we're seeing here.
Actually, Jubilee Party might be the first party that's breaking that tradition, because we are the party that is saying we have had a leader called Uhuru Kenyatta. He took us this far.
Yeah.
And now we want Uhuru Kenyatta, we're telling Uhuru Kenyatta, you got us where we need, so what you're talking about is the ideology. This is the ideology of our party, the issue of unity, development. We put a lot of focus into development until we lost focus in politics. But that could have been one of the things that our party was known for. So we are saying, we're done. Now we are repositioning and reorganizing and re-strategizing ourselves for another run into government or be part of government. And we are respectfully telling the personality that run our party that it's time for a different leadership.
Okay.
So our party is not dying with the personality. Okay. And we might actually be the first party that is saying that. Because you see, if we were so enamored by the party leader, by the personality we have, we would be following what the party leader is saying without question. We are saying
also,
yes,
this is the first time that after serving their term,
yes,
a party leader wants to stay on. All right? We didn't see that much with Moi. Moi stayed, yes, as sort of patron.
Yes.
And allowed Uhuru Kenyatta to be, although he was chairman,
yes,
Moi was the party leader, all right? But he served as patron and allowed Uhuru Kenyatta to take the reins of the party. When Mwai Kibaki left PNU, he left. He doesn't even remember PNU. He was gone.
He was gone.
And now we are seeing a former president leaving office, but still retaining the structure of the party and saying, you know what? Yes, we took government. I was privileged to be the head of government under Jubilee, but we can still take government again. I don't have to be the one who's head of government in Jubilee, but I can lead the party again to victory. I have got the experience of having run presidential campaigns, having lost, having won, having supported, having lost. I can guide the party to another one. He doesn't have to be the one who becomes the candidate.
I hear you. But where is that conversation happening? Because you see, that conversation needs to be happening somewhere. And
it's too early. He wanted to call an NDC. You guys refused.
No, remember, first and foremost, we have a law. We have a law that was actually passed during our term that asks a retired president or a president who's left office to retire from active politics in 6 months. Right?
That thing is unconstitutional.
It is unconstitutional.
Just thinking about it.
It is, but it's completely unconstitutional, but it hasn't been challenged by anybody. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I have no problem if that's the argument that Uhuru Kenyatta comes with to the party. Because I want to hear that argument, then I want to hear somebody else say, no, I think I have a better ability to take this party to where it needs to go now with the dynamics of where we are now. And then a third part, and maybe even Ngunjiri himself also puts in his speech.
Yeah.
I want us to have that conversation within the conference of the party. I don't want anybody to make a decision. And that's why I hear this issue of there's a Kanini side, there's a Kioni side, and I'm like, no, we shouldn't have individual personality types. What we need to have is, what is the best side for the party to be in? Can you all come there? So that if the best place for the party to be is a conversation where Uhuru Kenyatta comes and says, I know I did 10 years in leading this party. I think I can do another 5.
Yeah.
And this is how I'll do it. Then we can challenge him or support him. But then when we come out of that room, we'll come out as one party saying we have all had a conversation, we have listened to the former president, and we buy his concept of where he wants to take us, and we want him to continue being party leader. That conversation needs to happen, and it needs to start happening from the grassroots going up. And that's why I was one of the people who actually had a problem with the NDC on the 22nd. Right now, we don't even know where our documents as a party exist, what our membership list looks like. We've just come out of an election where games are played within party lists.
Boss, didn't you just hold an NDC before the election?
Let me tell you what happens just before elections.
You saw at
Yes.
KICC.
When we were, yes.
Colorful.
Yes.
This is the Jubilee Party National
Yes.
Delegate Conference.
Yes.
In which you endorsed
Yes.
that you're not going to have a candidate.
And we are
you're
going
going
to
to
have
We're going
support.
to join Azimio.
Exactly. Then we went and we did that, and history
And you're
tells us
saying since then,
that decision didn't work.
about 6 months later,
Actually, it's close
documents
to a
are
year.
lost.
It's a year. It's a year.
It was about.
It's a year.
Yeah.
When you're going to have
Documents are lost.
especially in a party, in a situation that is this
Fluid.
contaminated. It's actually contaminated. Let's be very honest. When you have, because let me tell you, Eric, how do you call a party the third largest party, or the second largest, or the largest?
Votes.
Because membership in parliament.
Yes.
It's not even votes.
It's the members in parliament.
It's the members in parliament. So we have a situation where we are the third largest party in parliament, but out of 38 members of parliament, like 35 of them do not agree with what's going on in the party right now. Right?
Yeah.
So can we have a conversation beginning from where we are? And this is the one thing I agree with Kenya Kwanza government on, that bottom-up thing of conversations. We start having a conversation from the grassroots. So by the time we are going to an NDC, we have at least have had a conversation across the country about what happened in the last election. How did we perform so badly, having been a ruling party? What are we going to do different? So that even when you're coming, whether it's Uhuru or Kioni or Kanini or Sabina coming to tell us, I want to be this in the new organization, we've had a conversation about how you performed in the old one. Remember, Kioni was the Secretary General when we were going to the elections.
Yes.
How did he perform? Does he carry any baggage for our failures or successes? Has he been able to articulate those? And we know how NDCs, you can't go and have that conversation at NDC. Can we have even just 47 caucuses?
Yeah.
We have the money for it. Jubilee is one of the richest parties we have in the country.
So why not the NDC?
Start
Because
the
the
conversation.
NDC brings in delegates from across the country.
Yes, but have the
to one
conversation.
room.
Have the conversation at the grassroots, because these things were happening at the grassroots. Elections were happening at the grassroots.
Are those not grassroots leaders who would be coming to an NDC?
Why don't you? But why not have the? What's the hurry? We're not a ruling party. Where are we rushing to? Why don't we take 1 year to just sort ourselves out, prepare ourselves? Somebody said if you're going to cut a big tree with an axe, first sharpen your axe. Right now we are going to an NDC with a very blunt axe.
Don't have an axe.
Actually, we may not even have the axe. Can we first go and buy an axe, put a stick on it, sharpen the thing, go and cut the tree, put a handle on it, sharpen the thing and go and cut the tree. Before we start, now we are trying to cut a tree without an axe. So can we first have a conversation? And for
how
me,
would this, you see, Nyeri, also look at it from the context of where your party is at right now.
Yes.
Right now, your leadership does not agree. It seems to be speaking that different leaders who are coming up.
At national level.
At national level.
That problem is not happening at the grassroots level.
But, so who would coordinate the grassroots conversation?
We have county
who would
leadership.
be able to pick up the conversation?
One of the things you find is that we don't have a challenge at county level. I haven't had any county leader being challenged by another one. So if you were to have a meeting, for example, in Nyeri right now, we have a county leadership in Nyeri that doesn't even involve us who are running, who would most probably be very able to convene a meeting at Nyeri County for Jubilee. Have that conversation. Have it. These leadership wrangles are at the top. They're not at the bottom. Let us have the conversation at least county level. Just 47 meetings. You can hold them within a 3 to 6 month period. Let every meeting generate, and that's something we get beaten by ODM, by the way. ODM, by the time ODM are generating something at national level, they've had it at the grassroots level, at county level at least. So how do you do this? Because our party, you see, we are having a wrangle. We're having wrangles about up here. The one thing I don't think they can not agree on, because if you're going to come and tell us you don't want us to have a grassroots conversation, then we're going to have a problem with you.
So then,
because if any of these factions, then both of these factions, the first thing they need to agree on, can we have a county conversation? Come all of you if you want.
So then that's the question.
Acting and real, come.
All of you.
Come,
so
all of you.
Is it possible that these wrangles that you talk about being at the top,
yes,
is there then genuine interest for the proliferation of the party, or is it individuals who are seeking expediency?
Unfortunately, in politics, it's usually a very thin line between personal interests and party interest. So the first thing we have to agree is that for anybody who wants to lead a party, he's going to have a personal interest that drives him to then align it, hopefully, with the party, so that you have a party interest that you're pursuing as you pursue your personal interest. And the argument that I've had people saying that, oh, this guy is wants to do this for his own personal interest. I'm like, everybody wants to do this for their own personal interest.
It's personal.
At first level, personal interest, then party interest, or whatever it is. The issue is, does your party interest actually serve our party interest? And that is actually where you are seeing this challenge at this moment in time. That's why we're talking about emotions. If your personal interest at this moment in time is driven by emotions that do not accept the reality of the current political setting, that we have William Ruto as president, we have Kenya Kwanza running government. If your personal interest does not accept that, then there's no way you're going to run our party. Our party interests are not going to are not going to be real. Are not going to be based on reality. Because you're still operating from the basis of, something happened. When you have a conversation about, 1 year down the road, we can't be having a conversation about who won the last election. When we are about to pass a budget, that's going to determine how we're going to implement stuff. So if that is a conversation, that if you want to lead our party to have that conversation, some of us are going to say no.
Kunjiri, why does this matter?
What?
All of this. Why does it matter? Why does it matter that you had what once was a ruling party then seem to be in the doldrums today, when you want to compare that to the things that are happening in the country? Why wouldn't you just say, okay, look, if there's a problem, if you people can't sort yourselves out, then just leave it there? Why does it have to make headlines? Why do we have to be fed this whole thing about who is not agreeing about what? Why is it important?
Because communities are run by 3 pillars. Politics is one, economy is the other one, social is the other one. So for as long as we are around, we're going to have a political conversation. 2, I think this is very important because it's an example. However, whatever happens to Jubilee, for example, should it go and get swallowed up by Kenya Kwanza, for example, we'll have a conversation of what happens to ruling parties when they leave office. We saw it happen with Kanu, right? We're seeing it happen again. So for those of us, I'm a philosopher, scholar, you want to learn, you want to see how communities and countries and nations exist. So it is important. But then also, at a much more contemporary basis, we are a multi-party democracy as a country. It is important for these parties to be able to go into an election, lose, and continue. Because we can't have a situation where once a party loses an election, then it dies. Because then we're going to be forming parties only for a 5-year sharp focus. So right now what Jubilee should be doing and should be telling the rest of the country, this is what a ruling party does after it loses an election. This is how you adjust yourself. We can learn from anybody. We can learn from Israel. Benjamin Netanyahu has led the Likud, called the Likud Party.
Currently it's Likud.
It's called Likud. I mean, that party has been in and out of government. Italy, same thing happens. We see in America. I mean, our democracy is maturing. That's one of the things we have to accept. We are doing so much better than our neighbors. Some of the things that are happening can't be happening in our neighboring countries. What we need to do is protect that progress that has come, so that we're able to say, you can actually be a ruling party and lose. Now we know that you can be a president who preferred a certain candidate. We've seen it twice. And the country continued. Nothing really bad happened, right? So we saw it with Moi, we've seen it with Uhuru. We've learned something from there. So now let's come to the party issues and say, okay, so you can actually be a ruling party. So KANU went this far. It's never really died. So can Jubilee go further? Right? And what was the problem? Why didn't KANU take off? Why didn't KANU? Maybe part of it was because it got stuck with the old leadership. Maybe if it gets new leadership that is aggressive, that is willing to be dynamic, that's willing to play the game, that can actually go and sit down with President Ruto and say, boss, we're going to work with you for 3 years. If you can prove to us that it's worth working with you, we'll support you in 2027. If you can't, we'll walk out and go and support whoever it is who looks strong enough.
Or we'll have our own candidate.
Or we'll have our own candidate.
Which is why, by the way, Gujiri, I'm seeing that probably with a former president being a party leader, you have the greatest advantage as Jubilee. Because this also allows internal competition. You know, nobody can challenge if Raila is the party leader of ODM and Raila is going for the presidency again.
Yes.
Nobody can challenge Raila. realistically, for that slot. Now it allows Ngonjiri Wambogo, you want to be president and you want the Jubilee ticket, you can run for it because the party leader is not automatic. He's automatically not.
He's already automatically disqualified.
He's automatically not the candidate.
That would be a brilliant.
Maybe this is the thing that you need to be pushing for. Such that now with Uhuru as party leader, then the structures of the party can work without thinking that, Uhuru is only thinking of his campaign for 2027, that Uhuru is only thinking who he's going to negotiate with, whether he's going to work with Ruto so that then he can get some support, or he's going to work with Raila so that they can form a coalition. So Uhuru is not thinking any of those things. He's just thinking, how am I going to get my party to be recognized again?
But
to be the ruling party again.
That would have been a brilliant way forward.
It still
until
can.
he took sides.
What sides?
You see, at this moment in time, Uhuru is assumed to be on Kioni's side because he was protecting Kioni when he came out that day against Kanini. And I say that for me, that was my breaking point with him. Because I really would have preferred for him, because had he continued operating from the level you're saying, he would have been able to call both of them, both sides. Call them to a table as party leader. But then you'll notice that the challenge to him as party leader only occurred after that moment. Before that, nobody had a problem with him as party leader. And we were very happy to see these factional wars because, again, factional wars are good because whatever leadership emerges from it has won.
Yeah.
So now, okay, you've chapaned with this guy and you won. Sawa, now you leaders. Until the point at which he started looking like he's taken aside. And now he became part of the factional war. While he should have played outside it, so that he can keep having the conversation. Why do you need to do this, Kanini? Why do you need to do this, Kioni? Why can't you guys sit down and talk? This party is more important than any of you. So that's what he should have been doing. And by the way, he still has a chance. If he moves out of this and he, as I said, moves back from these fights and now starts operating from the point of, I am a party leader, I am not running for office again, I'm only interested in the best interest of this party and I want to hear every side. So that every side comes to the table. Everybody, and my Gonjiri included, this is my problem with what is happening in the party at this moment in time. We have that, and that's what I was saying, that conversation needs to start down here. And maybe that is what the former president should be saying. Okay, let's stop this, because we're having a national wrangle.
Yeah.
And it's not happening at the grassroots. Can we first go to the grassroots?
Can we ask the members?
And he would be the best person to actually lead that conversation if he did it from a neutral and non-partisan position. Because he is the one person who still has the gravitas to call anybody in the party, and they will come. If he comes to Nyeri and convenes a Jubilee Party leadership meeting in Nyeri, everybody will show up, whether you support Kanini or you support Kioni. And then you'll have an open conversation, come up with a way forward as Nyeri, go to Muranga, go to Malindi, go to Kilifi, go to Homa Bay. At the end of it all, we have 47 positions. And then now we take this to a national delegates conference where the people of Nyeri come and meet the people of Malindi. This is what you guys of Nyeri were proposing. This is what Malindi came. We have tried to synchronize this, and these are the top 5 things we've come up with. Uhuru can lead us through that process, but he can't do it if he's playing partisan politics within the party.
What do you think is going to happen next?
I think the NDC is not going to happen. I've seen too many people from the neck. I mean, I saw former nominated MP Osman go to court to try and get an injunction. I think everybody is going to move back from the NDC first, which is a good thing. I really, really pray that the proposal to have county-based forums is going to happen, because there's no reason why they can't happen. As I said, the party has enough money to actually have county forums, right? They just need to be inclusive of every faction. If we do that and we do it well over the next 1 year, we can actually consolidate Jubilee's strength. I think it's important for us to also understand that there are third-party influences happening within Jubilee. Everybody, whether it's Kenya Kwanza, if I was William Ruto, I would be very interested in seeing what's happening to Jubilee, because Jubilee can be a problem if they're mismanaged. So I'd be interested in seeing, and it's important for us to remember that, because for him in 2027 he's going to be looking at getting support from as many people as possible. So as Jubilee, if I was part of the decision-making process at national level for Jubilee, I would be saying, can we position ourselves so that anybody who's running for presidency 2027, if it is not us, because let me be honest, I don't think we're going to be ready to have a candidate again in 2027. Not if we are fighting like this now. This thing is in 4 years. So the best we can do is actually position ourselves to be a strong. See what Musalia did with the ANC or Kalonzo, to be a strong support structure party for somebody who's running for presidency in 2027 and be able to put certain things so that we can actually now get into, because now we're not in government at all. We're not in cabinet, we're not at the executive level at all. And even at Parliament, we are playing, we're not even in leadership. I think we only have one chairman of a committee or two at the most. So we're really playing, I don't know what league we are playing. So what we need to be thinking about, and what anybody who wants to lead this party needs to be telling us, is how do you move us from where we are right now to the next level? Can you move us into the executive leadership or even to the national leadership? Bring that proposal. As a party, let's listen. Let's position ourselves without deciding that this is our enemy or this is our friend. At this moment in time, we need to put everybody on that side and first think as Jubilee what is in our best interests.
Wujiri, thank you for joining us.
Asante sana.
We wish the party all the best. Huh?
Thank you. Thank you. Oh,
we've seen them come and we've seen, well, Kanu is still there.
Yes.
We don't know about DP anymore. NAC is still there with Charity Ngilu, and that's it. PNU.
They all show up during elections, by the way.
So, with Jubilee,
we'll give it our best shot.
All right. Ngonjiri Wambogo is a former member of parliament for Nyeri Town constituency. He is a member of Jubilee. We'll be talking about what's happening in Jubilee. Keep it here for more conversations. Good morning, 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
On Vibes Radio.
Good morning, this is News. I'm Dennis Aseto. The plans to solve Kenya's long-standing refugee situation are now in high gear following the launch of a technical team that will design a comprehensive strategy on the repatriation and integration of refugees. The Intergovernmental Steering Committee on Kenya's Marshall Plan for Refugees is expected to draft viable proposals on support for the displaced persons with the view to reducing over-reliance on humanitarian aid. Immigration Principal Secretary Julius Bitok said the framework will take a development-oriented approach in harnessing the refugees' inherent social economic potential to empower them and promote their self-reliance. According to the PS, the plan will also guide the conversation and conversion of refugee camps to integrated settlements and expand the access to support for safe and dignified repatriation as envisioned in the Global Compact on Refugees. Aviation experts from Africa are meeting in Nairobi for a 4-day technical meeting that will review collaborations in the continent to enhance aviation safety in Africa. The meeting is convened by Civil Air Navigation Services Organizations, African Joint Operations and Safety Workshop, which is working closely with the International Civil Aviation Organization. Hosted by Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, the meeting seeks ways of improving collaboration among partner states to strike better collaborations to address issues that have regional and global bearing to aviation safety and security. Key among the discussions is the free routing, otherwise referred to as Preferred Routing Airspace Initiative. Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Infrastructure Kipchumba Murkomen says the government has placed high priority to aviation security in Kenya. He reiterated that the government of Kenya has set structures to ensure aviation data protection through enhanced cyber security measures is prioritized. Now, police have arrested 2 suspected bandits and recovered a firearm in Mukutani, Baringo County as the ongoing security operation intensifies in the North Rift region. Baringo County Police Commandant Julius Kiragu revealed that the pair was arrested by security officers who have been on their radar for some time. The officers were assisted by some members of the public. Kiragu noted that the duo were also suspected of being motorbike thieves. He said the culprits usually trade stolen motorbikes in Isiolo and Meru counties to buy ammunition which they supply to bandits in Baringo. 2 suspects are in police custody following a raid on shops in Eldoret town. The officers recovered hundreds of mobile phones suspected to have been stolen. Uasin Gishu County Police Commander Benjamin Mwathi led the operation at Kamkunji State, where a man and a woman were arrested. The duo was nabbed at a shop and are helping police with investigations. The police boss asked members of the public who may have lost their phones to visit the Eldoret police station and identify the recovered phones and other electronic items. Mwathi said the security team had also recovered consignments of illicit alcohol in the same area. Now, a 23-year-old woman confessed to police that she murdered her husband in a domestic fight in Lunywenywe village, Kakamega County. According to police, the suspect had been arrested before she confessed to the murder of one Alex Fuko Wasonyoka, aged 31, on May 6th. She had been arrested earlier on over missing husband before she later confessed to the incident. She led the police to her house where a door was broken into and the body of the deceased recovered. According to police, the deceased was found naked, lying in a pool of blood with deep cuts on the neck, shoulder and left knee. The woman was detained ahead of arraignment, where police planned to make an application to detain her for more time to enable them to conduct further probe. The motive of the incident is yet to be known. Matatu operators plying Bondo Giribe Ochuna Road in Suna West Migori County have called for the refurbishment of the busy highway. They added that the Migori-Suri Road is also in a sorry state, adding that it has been rendered impossible since the onset of the rains. Led by the union chairperson George Rarieda, they said they now have to use alternative routes. Now, more than 5,500 people are still unaccounted for in an area in East Democratic of Congo where floods killed more than 400 people last week as shaken survivors waited for food aid. Squads of bodies have been recovered from the villages of Bushushu and Nyamukube in South Kivu province's Kalehe territory since torrential rain caused landslides and flash floods, flattening buildings and sweeping away crops. Mass graves were dug over the weekend to dispose of the dead, many of whom were women and children, prompting complaints from some civil society groups who said the burials were undignified. And the United Nations has said that the war between Sudan's generals is having increasingly severe consequences for civilians, with the doubling over the past week of the number uprooted from their homes. Hundreds have so far been killed. More than 700,000 people are now internally displaced by battle since April 15th. This is Newswire. Dennis Asato, good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Right, hive of activity in the CBD this morning. We're looking at it still heavy coming off Limuru Road and into the city via Wangari Maathai Way, or then coming in to connect at Ring Road Westlands. So that's busy. The CBD is probably the busiest of it right now. As you come off the Thika Superhighway, there's some of it as you get towards Muranga Road. Juja Road started hot and heavy earlier, but you should be all right now. We're looking at Jogo Road and still some Landis Road. Very, very, very busy this morning. Still quite a number of folks trying to get towards the station, so just keep an eye on that. As you get out towards Utawala this morning, there is some traffic on the Eastern Bypass. Keeping an eye on things this morning. Let us know what's going on where you are. More or less traffic hour will come to an end in no time, but there's a drizzle here and there, so you want to be careful. Talk to us on Spice FM KE on Twitter and keep things moving this morning.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
9, we're on to the final hour of The Situation Room. Today, we continue with our conversation and we continue with sensitizing you about I&M Bank, because they say tunakujali. And because of tunakujaling like that, they say they have the biggest, the largest unsecured personal loan in the country, up to 10 million shillings unsecured. That is, you just go with your payslip and an introduction letter from your employer. They look and see, all right, so you are in, permanent employment. Mm-hmm. There's regular income coming into your account. So we can actually give you a loan based on that alone. You don't have to go with a logbook, with the title deed, with, your child's birth certificate. You don't sell anybody. Nobody. You don't need to take anyone as security. All you need to do is take yourself as security, and they will listen to you. They can give you up to 10 million shillings, and the tenure is up to
8 years.
Imagine. 8 years, just like that.
96
months. And they say it's from as low as 50,000 shillings. So think of whatever you're doing. Maybe you even had a personal unsecured loan from another financial institution, and you've been thinking,
how do we do this?
Yeah, I need a top up because I'd taken this for Project X. I'd started Project X, and now I have a need for Project Y. I need some money, but I can't go back to my bank because top up and all. And then you go to I&M Bank, tell them I borrowed money from this, I started Project X, and now I have an idea for Project Y, and I've been wondering. They'll tell you, you sit down, you kaa chini, tulia, nini.
Tell us.
So
how much do you need?
So ni pesa ngapi unataka? Now, nilikuwa nafikiria maybe kitu, sema tu ile pesa unataka. Usijali. Sema. Nilikuwa nataka kitu kama 9 million hivi.
Tutakupea 10.
Sawa. Well, let a pay slip. Here tunaweza kupatia 10. You take a loan like that and you pay over 8 years. That's like taking a mortgage. Imagine. 10 years, 8 years repayment for a personal unsecured loan. That is really good. So if you're a government worker, you work in a corporate sector, you work for an MSME, you work in the NGO world, you can go to them. The next person that we have in the studio is an executive director in the NGO world. And she joins us now. Mr. Rashid Ahmed is the executive director of Nivisha Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you
so much. You and your employees are among the people we're talking to.
Yeah.
You can go to I&M Bank, talk to them, and they'll listen to you, they'll sort you out.
Okay.
Sawa? Okay. Karibu sana to the conversation.
Thank you so much.
You'll tell us about Nivisha Foundation shortly. You are also a counseling psychologist, a mental health expert. You're here because we want to talk about something that is really major, but is not seen. But it happens a lot.
Yeah.
And this is postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. You'll explain the difference between those two. But first, welcome to the show. I have the day's proverb. The day's proverb is from Somalia. And the proverb is either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others. Either propose something yourself or agree to what is proposed by others. It's from Somalia. What do you make of that proverb? What's your interpretation of it?
Either propose something yourself
or agree to what has been proposed by others.
Yeah, so if you don't have a point, sit it and give others opportunity to speak up. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not offering a solution, then stop criticizing the solutions that have been offered by others. Kazi yako hapa tu, no, but this one, no, but okay, so what's your idea? No, but you see what, sawa. You, what is your idea?
Yeah.
You don't have, okay, so.
Okay, so this is how we are going, because this is what we have on the table. All right, Amisa, what is Nivisha Foundation?
So Nivisha Foundation is, what can I say? It's a Swahili word, Nivishe. We are clothing you, but we are not giving you clothes. We are clothing you mentally, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. And what we do, in just simple words, is there's the conventional approach of mental health, whereby there's the self-care and whatnot, and then there's the community-based approach of mental health, which we tend to forget most of the time. So what Nivishe does is we bridge the two, the Western approach and the community approach. Because with mental health, you cannot just come and impose some values to your community without trying to know how they've been dealing with this mental health issue since before. So that is what we do at Nivisha Foundation. Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been in operation, and who do you target?
So we've been in operation since 2019 officially, and we are women-led, youth-led organization, and we target everybody is affected by mental health. But our first target audience are women and girls, and then second target audience is the rest of everybody who needs mental health interventions and innovations. And we actually work through 4 pillars. So the first one is advocacy, talk about mental health, contextualize. So the main thing about advocacy is more of contextualizing mental health concept. So when I'm talking about depression, I don't give you an example of Western country or what country. find a Kenyan example to associate with it. And then when it comes to interventions, we have like counseling services. We have also our trained to offer counseling in sign language, which is key for inclusivity purposes. And then we also have mental health clubs. We partnered with schools, mental health and psychosocial support for teen mothers, and research on mental health. So we want to produce our own researches around mental health. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, even as you do that, obviously the mental health, it's an emergency status in the country today.
Yeah.
And there are many reasons, obviously, for that, and why we've seen this high number of cases, topics that are now coming out that obviously people are suffering from.
Yeah.
We see that as a result of the stories that we read, of the things that we hear, of experiences that we've been called to share in. One of these issues, obviously what we're talking about today, is postpartum depression. What is that? And what prevalence do we see of that in the country today? Especially since you talk about these are Kenyan examples. We're not about global numbers, but what's happening here?
So whenever I start talking about postpartum depression, I usually start by describing the human being. So a human being, we all know spiritually, we are made up of the mind, the body, and the soul. So most of the time we give importance to the soul, food of the soul, or when you're spiritual or religious, or the physical aspect, but we forgot the mental aspect. So with the mental aspect, the most important thing you have to identify, there are two main components: your brain, which is the organ inside your skull, and your mind. Two different things. So the brain is what holds the organs, the body organs together. So there's a lot of chemical interchanges, the chemical balances inside the brain, but it has to work closely with the mind. And the mind is only your thought, behaviors, and feelings. So that is why you find when somebody is moody, you feel like there's brain rush, and then it affects your behavior. So that is the brain working with the mind. So when you come to all this, there's one thing, before even we get into postpartum depression, one thing, there's mood disorders and mental illnesses. So like physical illnesses, like we have like a lot of illnesses like TB, malaria, cholera, all those kind of things. The same with mental illnesses. So on the mood disorder, it's just like your moods in your mind and your brain and your mind, they're not aligning together. And it's normal to feel different kind of moods. It's very normal. But when they exceed is when we say that it is a mood disorder. So in mood disorders, we have things like depression. So depression is the constant state of sadness. Even if I give you today, I give you your favorite food, I give you everything you want, you still have that heavy feeling inside your heart and you don't know the reason. So that is depression. We diagnose it as depression when it has gone over 2 weeks of that constant state of sadness.
That early? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, because we know normally the mood, like if I give you something good or I change your environment, it's supposed to shift. But if it is constant, you're not feeling any changes, you're just feeling sad, gloomy, you're feeling, and then it continues to develop to other signs. So now is when you have to take the intervention. But we don't give it that much seriousness. Yeah. So that is depression. After depression, we have bipolar, which is very, very common. So with bipolar, we have like two episodes. We have the manic phase and the depressive phase. So you find somebody in the manic phase, they're hyperactive, you're a go-getter, you can do this and this and this and this. And then when it comes now to the low phase, the depressive phase, you have the signs of now depression. So there are many, but these ones are the two. So when a woman specifically give birth immediately, they experience three main diseases. There is the mental health disorder. So there is the one which is called postpartum blues. Postpartum blues is like that one resolves on its own self. So it's like normal mood swings whereby you're feeling you're not adequate, it's affecting your self-esteem, you feel you're not a good mother. So different challenges. So postpartum blue is what a lot of women experience, and that is normal. It resolves itself. You go back to you don't
After
have
how
to
long?
treat it. It usually takes place from the first week of birth to 1 year of birth.
What?
Yeah.
More than the Monday blues.
And up to that time, during this time when you have postpartum blues, what the mother is feeling at this point is a lot of
sadness, overwhelmingness. You're feeling inability to do something to your.
So you feel like you're inadequate. You feel like you are not worthy of being this child's mother.
Exactly.
So you keep questioning yourself every time. If milk does not come out, you're like, oh my God, you see now even I can't even produce milk.
Thank you, that way.
Okay. Up to a year.
Yeah, so the
The other
second
one?
one is now the postpartum depression. So postpartum depression actually affects 15% to 40% of women globally. That includes in Kenya. I've not seen the statistic yet, but globally 15% to 40% of women. Now, you remember when you talked about depression. So with postpartum depression, you have the depression signs during this stage. And now the issue now with postpartum depression is you feel, what is it called? You feel different feelings inside you. You feel depressive. You feel a lot of mood shifts. You feel you are not. Now the adequate with blues is extended. Like you're feeling, I'm not capable of doing this. It really affects your self-esteem as a mother. It really makes you question your worth to the extent of not showing up for yourself. You feel like you should not be given time to speak about your. And then what happened is the thoughts. You remember we mentioned the thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. So your thoughts start shifting when you are talking to yourself inside a lot and telling yourself you're inadequate. It even affects how you see your child. So you start seeing your child as somebody who is a nuisance or somebody you are not able to. But one thing we have to remember with depression, you cannot control it because it's your mind plus your brain. So the brain chemicals, you cannot tell the brain chemicals, please stop making me have this hormones or what. So you see it's different. So that's why you don't say like somebody can be able just to talk to themselves and tell themselves stop having these negative thoughts or something like that. So that is like for depressive sets, it's most of that.
How long does it last?
That 1 year, the first week to 2 weeks to 2 years.
Up to 2 years.
Up to 2 years, yeah.
Okay. Third one.
So, and now the third one, also one thing about postpartum depression is how do we get it? Like not every woman gets it, right?
Yeah.
So if you're a woman, you're a mother, you've given birth, and you've had pre-existing causes of what is it called? Depression, you have high likely chances of developing postpartum depression. If you don't have a good support system, that's one of the reasons you'll have depression. If your baby has problems, like every day maybe they are a sick baby most of the time, you probably have the chance to develop the postpartum depression. If you have difficulty in breastfeeding, like you mentioned, and also financial difficulty. So all the reasons that a normal person will have depression, now it comes double to the mother because they are taking care of themselves and the child at the same time.
Okay. I know that, okay, so there's two things happening here. Those thoughts, feelings that are happening around the time that could lead to the depression on its own. There's also this life-moving incident that has happened in the name of childbirth.
Yes.
Right? So you've been growing another human being for the last however long. And there is also a hormonal process.
Yes.
There's the introduction of new hormones, there's the release of others, as all of this is happening. So are we looking at a combination of all of this that brings about this situation in this woman?
Yeah.
And, you know, the things that people will say to you, you know, you should be happy. You've just had a baby, or, you know, you've brought another life, you've done it, etc., etc. Can you control it?
No, because you remember we mentioned the brain, and you've really explained it very well. The brain, you have no control. It has changes of hormones. There's no way I can tell myself, I even don't know which what is it called, which hormone is running down at the moment, even as a mother. So I have less control of that, the hormonal changes in my body. So it is out of control, the thoughts and the feelings. So if, let's say that is a little bit of neuroscience, whereby if there is the hormone that brings in joy, dopamine. If there is less dopamine in my body and another hormone that brings in sadness or lack of joy, that means that if I have that much hormones which has been excreted and then it goes into tandem with my thoughts, behaviors and feelings, I'll just feel like I'm sad most of the time. I just feel like I'm not able to do most of these things. So it is totally out of the control. But with early interventions, because like postpartum blues, we just say that it will resolve on its own. But for postpartum depression, you need what is it called? Counseling and medication when it is very, very thorough.
So this you need interventions. Tell us about the third one. Because I want to ask now how you distinguish between one to the next to the third. So what's the third one?
So now the third one is psychosis. So
this is postpartum psychosis.
So when I started describing mental illnesses, I just touched on mood disorders.
Yeah.
They are different. There's mood disorders, there's anxiety disorders, there's eating disorders, there's drugs and substance addiction, all those kind of things. But one that we don't talk about mostly is psychosis. So psychosis, if I just say it in a more Kenyan term that people can understand, you see, whenever we see people walking on the street like they're talking to themselves, or we call them mad people. Yep. So most of them high likely have psychosis. They're suffering from psychosis. Now imagine that state happening to a person who have given
who's just had a baby.
Yeah. And signs of psychosis are actually like you have delusions. So delusions maybe, and most delusions are actually religious in nature. So maybe you'll just have something tapping, let's say there's just you can hear sounds, but you put meaning to the sounds, right? So like if let's say a tap is dripping inside your house and then it's got tack tack tack, so you'll get your mind will get a message from that thing. It will be telling you like, this is telling you a message, do this, or you'll start developing a chant from it or something like that. Sometimes you'll also have what is it called visual hallucination, whereby you think everything is a message to you. Wow. So if the TV is open and there's something, let's say breaking news, you see breaking, you're like, it's telling me to break something. When you're walking, when you just every message, something you read, it's like it's telling you to do something.
Which is actually a completely different thing from the reality.
Exactly. Right. Yeah, because that is what psychosis is. And then the other thing is auditory. So auditory hallucination, you hear things which are not there. So whenever you hear something, you're like, can you hear that? And everybody will be like, no, I can't hear that. And in the normal context, the African normal context, when we hear that, we'll think somebody is mad, or there is some juju or something like that. Like, how are you hearing things? Yeah. And then the other, you have disorganized thoughts. One thing you're thinking this way, the other minute you're thinking that way. So like I can tell you, oh, this has happened. The next minute I've shifted completely the conversation. So, and then the worst thing that happens when somebody has psychosis, especially postpartum psychosis, women don't talk about it. Because how can I come and tell you that I'm thinking that my son has been sent to kill me? Because those are the thoughts that are happening. You'll think that, and what did I say? That you start doing what we expected when you're giving birth. You should be loving your child. You should be appreciating, like how many women they are wishing to have children but they've not been given an opportunity. So the society is forcing those thoughts on yourself, and you are not feeling them. So you want to distance yourself from that feeling.
To you, the child is an enemy.
Exactly.
This newborn baby is actually an assassin.
Exactly. So the main two things that happen for women in psychosis, they have two things. Either suicidal, they are very suicidal, or they have high chances of committing infanticide. Infanticide means that you kill your infant.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've seen this. This is not something in a book or that you've read happening in another country. I'm just looking at some numbers now that we've seen over the last couple of months, and quite a number of women have killed their own children, and it's unexplainable. I mean, you would try to give reasons as to why this could possibly happen, and the first thing that we say, this woman is a murderer, she has killed her children, she needs to be behind bars. Is it possible that what you've talked about is the reason behind some of these things that we see?
Most of the times, that is the main reason. But now what makes it harder is that there's the overall stigma around mental health. Now imagine the stigma to postpartum mental health, because as a mother you're expected to be a perfect being, you're expected to love your child. Children look up to their mothers. They don't find fault into their mothers. So how do I not like my child? Even you feel guilt because everybody expecting you are beating yourself up, you're thinking I'll never be a good mother because everybody is loving their child. Why am I not loving my child? And not knowing that it is completely out of your control. I've known of instances whereby for family who are of sensitive and mental health aware, they can be able to pick that, and then they take care of the child during the first month and seclude the parents. But majority of the time we don't have that kind of support to people who are giving, to mothers specifically.
Amisa, how do you distinguish between these three? Okay, psychosis is physical. You can see. I mean, a lot of it will be, it'll come out physically. But these others too, the postpartum blues and the depression. How do you tell that this is what on the first or second week? This is just postpartum blues. Give it time, let it go. Or this is a serious one. We need intervention.
Like depression, like normal depression. If I see if somebody has depression, let's say you have depression, I cannot be able to say you have depression until you speak up and tell me these are the signs. This is what I'm feeling. I'm not feeling okay. I'm feeling like I'm not, like you start describing. That is when I can be able to tell. Like even I, as a counseling psychologist and a mental health practitioner, if you come just to me and tell me, I cannot be able to diagnose you just by looking at you. But I can be able, once you tell me these are the signs and symptoms, I can be able to say, okay, let's do a test just to confirm if this is it, and then let's continue. But because we lack awareness and because there's so much stigma around mental health, we don't even get to the chance of speaking out and saying, I'm feeling this way.
Yeah.
Is it possible to then, and this is just looking at a question that's coming now, is it possible to actually hate your own child?
You loathe them, especially when you have postpartum psychosis. You see them as your enemy. Like, why would we say that people who are in postpartum psychosis, most of them highlight chances they tend to commit infanticide. How will you start harming or hurting your own child if you don't see that child is an enemy to you? So you just see that this is meant to ruin my life. And remember, you have like signs, things telling you what to do. So you have the hallucinations and the delusions and all these kind of things. And then it all comes together to you.
So why would it happen to some women and then not others? Because if we're saying there's no woman who doesn't go through childbirth in the absence of hormonal introductions and reductions and increase. No, but every woman who goes through pregnancy and childbirth will go through this hormonal change. It's not possible without it. So what happens so that it affects some and does not affect others?
So what happens is if you have pre-existing conditions, let's say if you had pre-existing depression before giving birth, that means that you will develop high likely chances that you will develop postpartum depression. The same with psychosis. Even if it is not in your family, if you never experienced it, but it is genetic. Maybe somebody in your family, your great grandmother or somebody in your family experienced postpartum psychosis, you may have it because of genetics. So that is one. The other one is the environment in which you raise your child in. So most of the time, we know how Nairobi is specifically. Like, there's a lot of movement. We don't live sometimes in clean environment. Like, you will go to work until, let's say, the 8th month or the 9th month, or when you'll decide to give birth. So those external conditions have high likely chances of affecting how your baby will and your hormonal balance with how it is, with how the hormonal balance in your body. So that one, and also the social environment. So do you have people to support you? If you don't have a strong support system who understands you, you'll start having all this you'll likely have chances of developing this kind of thoughts. Because imagine you've given birth, let's say, to your child all alone. There's nobody to support you. Maybe you're expected to provide for it. You don't know you're a new mother. All these kind of things that you're supposed to go through, now you'll start translating it differently. And the worst part of what is it called, postpartum psychosis, is when it happens to a religious person. Because when it happens to a religious person, all the chantings will be now religious chantings. Right? So you'll be like, God is sending me a message to do this. God is sending me a message to do this. God is sending me a message to do this. And you end up hurting yourself or harming yourself because of the messages that you receive.
Wow.
Okay. It's an interesting conversation that we're having. We've now also joined in with KTN News, who are joining us. Amisa Rashid Ahmed is a counseling psychologist. She's a mental health expert and founder and executive director of Nivisha Foundation, which has been working since 2019 to promote basically mental well-being and welfare of people in the community, focusing on young girls and women.
Yeah.
Right? And we're talking about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis and understanding what it is that new mothers go through. And it doesn't have to be that you're getting this with your first child. You can be getting this with your third born. First baby was okay, second was okay, third, this happens. And you're not able to tell the trigger beforehand.
Yes, you are not able to tell the trigger, but especially if it happens after, let's say, your second, after it's happened maybe to your second child or your third child, you can know that the main causes of the reason is the external environment or the social environment. So it is not genetic most of the time.
Have you seen an increase in these cases of postpartum depression, psychosis, or postpartum blues in the last couple of years?
I personally think that they've been in existence even before. It's just that now we are able to speak more about it. Now with the advent of creating mental health awareness and speaking about it, now people are able to talk about it, but we are not yet there. Because if we can still have people having postpartum psychosis and we condemn them instead of finding ways to offer them solution, that means we are not yet there at all. Yeah.
You know, so there's, of course, the whole government push for every pregnant mother to go through antenatal care. Make sure that at least you go for 3 of those sessions, you know, and the antenatal care will be able to pick out a lot of things that are happening to you physiologically and to the baby as you're carrying the baby. Is it possible to pick these things out during antenatal visits? To pick that there's something that could happen after you deliver, that there could be triggers and that can then be avoided?
It can be if the practitioners involved have a little bit awareness of this postpartum depression with pregnant women. If there is no awareness, even in normal hospitals, like if the doctor is not aware that this person we don't find any illnesses, but maybe it's a mental illnesses, they need to see a mental health practitioner, the issue won't be resolved. The same with the physical illness, like what is it called, postpartum depression. If the clinician is not able to, it does not have background or just basic understanding on these mental illnesses and how it affects mothers, it will be hard for them to be able to identify it and recommend the necessary interventions.
Does it only begin after birth? Can you start developing some of these depression and depressive episodes when you're still pregnant?
Yeah. So if you develop it when you're still pregnant, we don't call it post. We call them postpartum blues, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, because it's after giving the birth. But before, like they have the prepartum names, but that is not that much common because you also associate them with just the normal mental illnesses. So if you have depression when you're giving birth, I'll have to identify where is this depression coming from. Is it because you're giving birth, or is it normal? Is it, I don't want to say normal depression, is it just depression that is happening to you?
What I'm asking is there a possibility of this postpartum depression, you know, I mean, it's happening within the first week of giving birth. Is it possible that it could have started before? When you are pregnant, and could it be picked out? Because everything else, the other day we were talking about when you have children who are born preterm, or, you know, there's something you could have been picked up during antenatal, that, you know, everything we are seeing could lead to either a preterm birth here, it could lead to a baby being born, you know, in low birth and all. We could see that during antenatal. Can you pick these things out during the antenatal visits and know that this person is highly predisposed to either postpartum blues or depression or psychosis?
It can be highly picked up immediately because, you know, even when you are coming in with mental health, especially since Kenya, we are not yet there to reach whereby we can be able to actualize neuroscience and mental health together in our local hospitals. But if I have a background and you are you are my client, you are my patient, you've been coming in weekly or monthly for sessions, I can be able to determine your behaviors, your behavioral patterns, and see, okay, there's a change here, there's this, and then explore more. What are your thoughts? How are you feeling about this? And then with that, I can be able to figure out maybe this is leading to this, or this is leading to something like that. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you wanted to. So now I wanted to look and ask: is it possible also that there is something that happens? An event, it could be something major that then would be the onset of something like this, because you could say this not had any problem before that, but then after, and then something traumatic would have happened that would then lead to this depression or then even the psychosis taking place. Is that a possibility?
For psychosis, 100%. Postpartum depression is one of the causes. So apart from genetic causes, environmental causes, there's also the trauma causes and insomnia. Lack of sleep, constant lack of sleep can actually lead to postpartum psychosis, because as a mother you need that much time, enough time of sleep. So that's why we encourage people to give mothers, like, take time, take care of the baby, she sleeps, because if you don't do that, it may lead to postpartum psychosis. But PTSD happens, it's one of the main reasons. Even in people who are not mothers, who are not going through postpartum psychosis, PTSD is something life-changing. And when we're talking about postpartum, we are talking about, what is it called, PTSD, post-traumatic stress event. Any stressor in your life, and stressors can be different. Something may have stressed me is not stressing to you. Something may be stressed for you, and for me be like, that is stressing you, and it is life-changing. Yeah. So it goes back to you as a person. What is it that if you expose yourself to this environment will trigger you or will cause you to be stressed so much that it can be traumatic to you? And then you pick it up and then stay, especially if when you are an expectant mother, pick it up and then stay away from it. Let's say if you are, if you have, what is it called, you've figured out that what causes traumatic event to me is when I expose myself to certain group of people or certain people with certain personality disorders. Maybe if I expose myself to narcissistic people, I tend to not be well. It affects my mental health. So stay away from them during the period of birth, because now when it stresses you, remember you are two of you, it stresses also your child, and then there is that hormonal, it goes back to you. And that is why we find like neurodevelopmental disorders like autism and ADHD are mostly like developed when the child is in the womb, because of the stresses, the things that you are not able to not only stresses, but most of the things that, especially when the child was in the womb. How are you taking yourself care as a mother? Are you going to industrial area whereby you can take in fumes, because the fumes that you take in will directly affect your baby, and then you find that when your baby is coming out, maybe they have some disformation or whatnot. It's just how you're taking care of your child, which is very important, and sometimes we tend to forget about it. Yeah.
There are some parts where these conversations are not had.
Yeah.
Okay? So we're saying that it doesn't mean that if you are in an urban center is where it is possible then for you to have this conversation about what could essentially be depressing you. We are saying that the prerequisite is, as it were, for this is to be a woman who will have a child. It doesn't mean that where you live in the country stops. So the question is, how are these women being taken care of who are not having a conversation about mental health? The conversation that is being had is survival on a daily basis. So if you're going to couple that with a possible psychological issue, how are we dealing with these? How are we dealing with these problems? When somebody's talking about what they will eat on a daily basis, and then the relatives around you will say, "This one has gone mad," or "This one has been bewitched," and it is a problem that needs some kind of psychological intervention. How is that being handled on a national basis?
On a national basis, I can say that I think a lot of initiatives have come up trying to look into maternal mental health and all these kind of things, which the postpartum depression are into. But what I know from the outreaches we do, because one of the advocacy things we do at Nivish is that we go to community outreaches, and when we go to your community, one thing we try to avoid doing is trying to impose what we know. We find a community person who understands examples in your community, who can be able to communicate in your community language. That's why for us it's community-based mental health intervention, to educate or bring a group of women together so that we share about these experiences. But now what I'm thinking is the more we have advocacy, is the more maybe we can start pushing for policy changes, is more maybe we can start holding our leaders accountable to, like, okay, this hospital need a mental health, a maternal mental health unit whereby a woman going through this can be able to access this. But we are not yet there as a country.
Sure. What happens though? I mean, and then what are the interventions that are being made between this community having this conversation and, you know, agencies like the police, whereby if infanticide takes place, the first reaction is to arrest this mother and put her behind bars. Are there conversations that are being had to say, look, this is actually what is happening, and how can we actually deal with this?
I don't know of any conversations that is being had, and that is why even appreciating like you guys having such a conversation, because it's a heavy conversation. Nobody wants to start the early morning and start talking about postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. So using these avenues, maybe if we educate somebody, maybe somebody can just listen, a policymaker or a decision maker outside there can be able to pick out. But at the moment, I don't know of any, because most of the cases that we've had, have we had like any intervention of somebody saying, okay, now the police came and then they are trying to do this test, and then maybe they'll give them mental health intervention or whatnot. Most of the time these cases end up when people are there under custody and they're awaiting trial. These mothers who have tried or who have committed infanticide.
Yeah.
Okay, Amisa, as a founder of Nivisha Foundation, you've been working in the community. Have you engaged with the local leadership?
Yeah.
And for example, in which areas does Nivisha Foundation operate in?
So one thing for our advocacy, we engage with all areas. So we do like what you ask about community health workers. We try as much as we can to educate them, like train community health workers on mental health, because they're in touch with the community. They can be able to refer these people to our centers for the counseling services or whatever intervention that they need. And then the main people that we like interacting with are religious leaders, because we realize that if religious leaders in Kenya, all religions are very much influential, and if you really want to change people's thoughts or attitudes toward accepting mental health, those are the right people to talk to. So if you educate them, share with them about mental health, we hope that with that they can share it with their masses to avoid the things that have been happening of late, like we've had issues of cultism and whatnot. That shows that how much religious leaders are influential. So if they're educated and they can tell you, if you have this issue, you are not going to pray for you or try exorcism on you, so that, and yet you're a mother going through psychosis, they'll try, okay, we'll pray for you, maybe, and then you can go and seek mental health support in whichever institution you are in. But that guidance, so that, because we know a lot of religious leaders will just opt to, let's pray for you, let's do this for you, or spiritual leaders or traditional leaders, take this and this medication and that's it. So how can we engage them into this conversation so that they can start talking to their masses, because we don't have that capacity to talk, to influence some religious people.
In which areas does Nivisha work? Which parts of the country?
We work in, our headquarters is in Kibra. And but we work with a lot of all informal settlements in Nairobi and specific counties, like we work in Mombasa, Kwale, Garissa, Kisumu and Nakuru. So we are hoping to go into like more to create this awareness and this conversation. But so far this is how the places you work with.
So apart from religious leaders, do you also engage with government administration officials? For example, does the local chief know about the work that Nivisha is doing? Is a local chief sensitized on these issues of mental health? Because just like Ndu was saying, we see cases of, let's say, infanticide or this kind of violence, and the first thing that the authorities will do is, if the person is taken to the chief will arrest, the chief will hand over to the police will take you to court immediately. So for you to make sure that then the chief is aware, that the local OCPD or OCS is aware that this could be a case of a mental health issue, you need to have sensitized them. Have you reached out to them?
We have reached out, we've worked with them, and especially in Kibra, that one I can say we've had several discussions. But one thing we've also gotten with my team whenever we are having this discussion, if let's say you've been brought up believing this way, there's no like believing prayers work or believing this, there's no way Amisa will just come and have this conversation with you and then expect you immediately to change. There's the process of unlearning, questioning yourself, relearning, learning new things. So it does not happen immediately, but these issues are immediate, that need immediate intervention. So that is where the gap is. Yes, we may do the intervention, but for even me, somebody, maybe I'm a chief who is 50 years old, 40 years old. The most I can do is I can refer some cases to Nivisha, and then in Nivisha huko atawaongelesha. But after that, you as a chief, do you like know the nitty-gritty? Are you able to change your perspective and mind on top of this? So that is also that goes back to the personal person. Because I can just share with you the knowledge, but the change of attitude and belief system will come from you.
So it'll take a lot.
Yeah.
So what is it that you encounter when you're working in the community? What are these main beliefs What is it? Is it you said spiritual, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is it spiritual of knowing that this could be God's will that you feel this way? Or is it spiritual of feeling that this has been, Satan and evil spirits have then infiltrated?
So
is it looking at it from a blessing point, or is it a spiritual attack?
It is a spiritual attack. Most of the time it is a spiritual attack. You see those people who yes, you have even spiritual enemies, like God, like don't allow my enemy to, like all those kind of things. So it is usually spiritual. Maybe you are depressed, you need psychosocial intervention, but I'm not going to give you psychosocial intervention because we need to pray so that our enemies should stop attacking us and God should make us win against them. You see such kind of things. So coming from being a Muslim perspective, whenever you are saying, but I'm glad nowadays we've had so much of this conversation with imams to the extent that they are also holding these conversations among themselves. Because before, even now in some places, you'll find that if I'm not able to, maybe I say that I'm having depression or I'm having suicidal thought, I'll be told how my iman is very low and how it is shaitan and how I'm supposed to take wudu immediately, pray to God to remove these bad thoughts. And we are not at all disputing the fact that you can be religious or spiritual, but can we have mental intervention and spiritual intervention at the same time, so that as much as you're going to pray, but at the same time you're going to seek on mental health support at the end of the day.
I want to go to the thing is that, unfortunately, the truth of the matter is that the majority of the cases of this depression, of this psychosis, are unhandled. Most people will sweep it under the carpet, shove it into the corner. The support from family and friends usually is, it's kept under wraps, of course, because there's still a lot of stigma attached to it. And then, of course, there is a societal outlook that, look, if something leads to you taking the life of another human being, then the place for you to go to is jail. A case be brought against you and that is dealt with. And it is difficult. It's very, very difficult to see the other side of it, to see that somebody who took the life of somebody else, more so their mother, how dare you, why would you do something like that? And then we're going to you're evil, you're a killer, you're a murderer. And here you want us to understand the mental or psychological problem that you may be going through, and then suggest that you go to a hospital and not a prison. Do you see? Very, 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 very difficult conversations to have, because we're saying, okay, let's offer you help. Who offered this child that you killed help?
Yeah, exactly.
Who did that? You see? So for me, these are really layered conversations that need to be had in society. But the question is, from what you've seen, are we really ready to have those conversations? Because what you need to do then is be vulnerable and say that somebody, if not you, somebody close to you is having a mental health problem. But we don't want to say that because it puts so much out there. It displays a position of weakness. It displays a position of what people are going to call madness. How do we deal with something that is so heavily stigmatized?
And that is why I'm saying even us having this discussion is heavy, because now you're understanding the point of a woman goes through a lot, like a mother goes through a lot, and we are not ready to acknowledge that as a community. As a society, our moms are supposed to be saviors. They're supposed to be our to go to. Now imagine the mind shift from now taking your mom, even normal counseling processes whereby somebody have been so hurt by their mom, and then now you as a mental health practitioner, you're trying to figure out and make them understand that your mom was supporting you from their point of the knowledge that they had. They're not superhuman. They're not imperfect. So that one needs a mind change on its own for you. Now imagine for us even having mercy or having grace, extending grace to somebody, how you've murdered your own child, you've actually cut them and did all these kind of things to them. We are not even having, even you, if you try to mediate there, you might be mob justice. Because like you're supporting that evilness. So and I think it's a good conversation to have, so that we also get ideas from people, like how do you, from us as, because we are trying to do our advocacy part, but we also want to learn from the community, how can we handle this now with the knowledge that we already have on these matters.
When someone comes to you, when let's say a woman who has just given birth is feeling something, and they come to your organization, the Visha Foundation, what do you do?
That's a normal person, or let's say a mother.
A mother. A mother has just, she's heard about Nivisha Foundation, she's heard, these people deal with, even, and then she comes, she just says, I'm not sure exactly what I'm feeling, but she walks through your doors. What do you do?
Yeah, you see the way you can walk into a hospital and then there is the whole process whereby you'll be, what is it called? You'll have to do the consultation.
The triage.
Yeah, and then there'll be the, what is it called? The testing to determine what kind of disease that you have. And then now you go to different, and then now the intervention whereby you'll be given medication or be told it is the same process. You come, we try to understand where you are coming from, where you are at the moment. Are you in a position to even have this conversation? If yes, now let's move to the next process. What are your signs and symptoms? Like as a counseling psychologist, I know like the mental illnesses that are there. So we classify them. We do a test for you, and then you classify, is it a sign of depression? Is it a sign of postpartum depression? Is it what? And then after that, what is the possible treatment that you can be able to be supported with? Sometimes even for some mothers, especially who are going through postpartum blues, just having a group of women, joining a group to know that I was not alone, and it's normal to feel this way, and I'm not a bad mother, and it's okay, that's enough for them. For others, it will need, and then the other thing is, when you are dealing now with this postpartum depression, you'll have to unpack a lot of issues that, guess what, it came from your childhood, the mother's childhood. So most mental illnesses, unfortunately, stem from our childhood. So now you'll have to unpack all those issues again and again, but once that is done, at least you're in a better place.
And then now you send the woman back home?
Yes, but it also depends, because there's some depression, like there are different levels of depression. There's some depression whereby counseling can work, talk therapy can work. There's some depression whereby, because that is your mind that is mostly affected, your thought, behaviors and feelings. But there is the depression whereby your hormones, your brain chemicals and your mind are together. So that means I'll have to give you antidepressant or different medication to stabilize your hormones, and then now we can be able now to deal with the mind. Exactly.
I'm not hearing anywhere where you want to reach out to the immediate family members. Because this person maybe comes from a household. There are other children. There is another adult, maybe the husband, maybe parents. What do you do? Because they're the ones who are seeing the way this woman is behaving, and she just got a baby. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, exactly. So whenever there's a take-in, whenever somebody comes, there's the take-in. So take-in, we handle all the information that you want us to handle. But it also depends, because maybe the person causing you the stress is somebody you are living with. And so for us, it's more of trying to understand you and working with you, compared, unless it needs lot of intervention, is when we'll bring in somebody in. Like a good example, when we are going through somebody who's suicidal and they've come to counseling session, counseling is usually very confidential, unless you are going, it is very evident that from this session the next step you're going to harm this and this and this person. That is when I can take interventions, and we usually make it very clear, because one of the main reasons people also don't come for such kind of therapy, talk therapy, counseling, is because they're like, I go talk to somebody and then I hear my story outside there. Like how am I going to do that?
I want you to broadcast my issues.
Yes. So because there is that lack of trust issues in the community, so we try. But if I can gauge from the intake, and we are professionals, so you can be able to say this needs immediate intervention. The way somebody will just come to the hospital and the doctor will say ER immediately, like it's the same with us. Yeah.
Are there situations then when you would need to remove a woman from a situation? Because more often than not, she will be the mother to other children as well, not just this one.
Yeah.
Sometimes she would be. Is there a need to remove her from that situation and have her go through the process of starting to deal with? Because some of this cannot be healed, will not be healed immediately. It now becomes a process of coping with and dealing with. Would she need to be removed? Do the other people in that situation also need coping mechanisms to deal with this? Yes. Young children not understanding what their mother is going through, maybe sometimes spouses having no idea about this, what's happening here, family members, how do you support this person? When you see everything seems to be normal, how do you now then deal with this thing? Where before this woman had this baby, she was okay. Then she has this baby and she's gone bonkers. I mean, kind of that is the mindset that people have. What support mechanisms then do you put other people in the situation through?
Okay, so also one thing about what is it called? Somebody who has gone through psychosis. Psychosis carries, you remember I mentioned about mood disorders. Psychosis carries 6 mood disorders. Like you, one person, you are going through 6 mood disorders. You're going through depression, you're going through anxiety, you're going through bipolar, you're going through PTSD, you're going through OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, you're going through now the normal psychosis. Those are 6 diseases in one person. So I have, if you have psychosis, most people who have who have signs of postpartum psychosis, we immediately have to remove them from their spaces, because you cannot deal with all this together. And remember, on top of that, there are signs and symptoms. There are the signs of depressions. There are you're suffering from OCD, all these kind of things. You're even scared of your own self. You see, so you have to remove yourself from that condition. Start treating each of those one by one and see which is worse, which is not worse, how can I move from this to this, and then now it also goes back to the support system at home. Are these people open to, because you cannot be able to, like, as much as I want to have a family session, family therapy, and let's educate each other, psychoeducation and whatnot, I cannot change your mind at the end of the day. If you believe that this person has been bewitched by their family members because they did not want him to win in life or to have a son, I cannot change that. You can't deal with that. Yeah, but our first priority is the patient. How can we protect this mother from herself and from harming
the baby? Yeah. Amisa, thank you very much for this conversation. Asante sana for joining us. We'll invite you again soon, because these are important conversations to keep having. Amisa Rashid Ahmed is the founder and executive director of Nivisha Foundation. She's also a counseling psychologist and a mental health expert. We've been talking about what we call postpartum disorders, and these are postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Join us again tomorrow, Thursday, Justice Thursday. Good morning, 10 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Former Nyeri Town MP Ngunjiri Wambugu has said that the conflict facing Jubilee is coming from selfish individuals. In an interview with Spice FM, Ngunjiri said that both factions within Jubilee are seeking greatness for themselves, as the factions consist of legislators who have been nominated.
What we are having is a supremacy fight. Okay. A supremacy fight made up of people in parliament, or people in office, whether it is IALA or in parliament, and those who are not in parliament. If you look at what's been happening, Kioni didn't make it back to parliament last time, though he's actually Secretary General and working for the party. Yeah. So we have officials of the party on one hand, including the party leader, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, and then we have elected members of parliament.
Ombaso says MPs who oppose the leadership of Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni say Azimio has failed to recognize their position in the coalition.
Azimio argues that you guys have already gone. So when they're sitting down to have conversations as opposition, they don't invite Jubilee people who are elected because of the perception that Nyinyi Mshahama, you're already on the government side. And the question that one of now the people in parliament was asking is, we are a party. Wiper goes and does a retreat and makes a decision whether or not they're going to support something that Azimio is doing. It's not assumed that because they're in Azimio, they will automatically follow whatever decisions that are made within the Azimio. The same thing is supposed to happen within Jubilee.
He has further asked retired President Uhuru Kenyatta to resign as the party leader, especially now that he can no longer vie as president.
The people follow you because you're running for president. So you want to be president, and you have a party that is the vehicle through which you'll negotiate, campaign, popularize your policies to go and lead government. Now, as Jubilee, being run by the former president, we are being run to where?
Now, the plans to solve Kenya's long-standing refugee situation are now in high gear following the launch of a technical team that will design a comprehensive strategy on the repatriation and integration of refugees. The Intergovernmental Steering Committee on Kenya's Marshall Plan for Refugees is expected to draft viable proposals on support for the displaced persons with a view to reducing over-reliance on humanitarian aid. Immigration Principal Secretary Julius Bitok said the framework will take a development-oriented approach in harnessing the refugees' inherent social economic potential to empower them and promote their self-reliance. According to the PS, the plan will also guide the conversion of refugee camps to integrated settlements and expand their access to support for safe and dignified repatriation as envisioned in the Global Compact on Refugees. Now, aviation experts from Africa meeting in Nairobi for a 4-day technical meeting that will review collaborations in the continent to enhance aviation safety in Africa. The meeting is convened by Civil Air Navigation Services Organization, Africa Joint Operation and Safety Workshop, which is working closely with the International Civil Aviation Organization. Hosted by Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, the meeting seeks ways of improving collaboration among partner states to strike better collaboration to address issues that have regional and global bearing to aviation safety and security. Key among the discussions is the free routing, otherwise referred to as preferred routing airspace initiative. Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Infrastructure Kipchumba Murkomen says the government has placed high priority to aviation security in Kenya. He reiterated that the government of Kenya has set structures to ensure aviation data protection through enhanced cybersecurity measures is prioritized. Now, a cache of 20 illegal firearms have been surrendered to authorities in Turkana County as the operation to flush out bandits in the restive North Rift region continues. The National Police Service says the firearms were handed over to the National Government Administration officers during the public baraza held at Kakong Trading Center. The meeting was led by Turkana Governor Jeremiah Lumurkai, who was accompanied by the County Commissioner Jacob Oma. Turkana is among the counties in the North Rift that have suffered the brunt of banditry and cattle rustling. In a separate incident, one serviceable illegal AK-47 rifle with an empty magazine was recovered in Tiati East Baringo County, and 2 suspects were arrested in connection to the recovery. Authorities have revealed that the 2 suspects were among those caught after a robbery with violence incident that occurred on April 12, 2023 in the Kiserian area of Marigat County. And Syria's President Bashar al-Assad cemented his return to the Arab fold when leading Sunni power Saudi Arabia, which long supported Syria's opposition and said its diplomats would resume work in the country. The restoration of diplomatic ties, later confirmed by Damascus, come more than a decade after Riyadh withdrew its representatives during Syria's civil war and 2 days after the Arab League bloc ended Syria's years-long suspension. This is Newswire. Dennis Asseto, good morning.
Spice FM, Nyeri. More of the classics and the hits you love.
We gon' roll up tonight. Black lights, spaceships fly.
Spice. More of the classics and the hits you love.
You play the best music.
Yeah.
94.4 Spice FM.
Pull it up, cuff it up.
Back to the music.
Chasing you, Lord. Baby, I've been tripping about you daily. I've been out of my mind, looking all kind of crazy. Oh, hope you know I'm not greedy. I don't need all of your time, I only need Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't need all of your time, I only need my super freak, 8 days a week. Make sure you come, don't ever leave. Wake up in been tripping about you daily. I've been out of my mind, looking all kind of crazy. Oh, hope you know I'm not greedy. I don't need all of your time, I only need Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't need all of your time, I only need Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't need all of your time, you night and day, just pick the place. Long as I feel your heart beating on me. Hold me, your close. I'ma give you this, baby. I've been tripping about you daily. I've been out of my mind, looking up kind of crazy. Oh, hope you know I'm not greedy. I don't need all of your time, I only need Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't need all of your time, I only need Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I don't need all of your time.
Spice and everything nice. 94.4 Spice FM.
Look at the curtains. Oh, and the shoes. Wow, my dream fridge. Oh.
What is it? My friend, you don't have money. Let's go.
Yes. I know what to do. The interest on my fixed deposit has matured to Songembele na Kingdom Bank.
What is it about Kingdom Bank? Everyone is surprising me about this Songambele na Kingdom Bank move.
Songambele na Kingdom Bank. Kingdom Bank is now offering mid to long-term fixed saving with higher interest rates. Earn up to 10% interest from as little as 50,000 Kenya shillings on our fixed and call deposits. Enjoy a variety of our great services including savings and junior savings accounts for your kids. Get return on your fixed investments today at Kingdom Bank. Songambele na Kingdom Bank. Shop now for all you want. Talk to us on 0709 881300 for more information. Terms and conditions apply. Kingdom Bank is regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Hey, it's Jubilee Party.
Hey, it's Chris Brown.
More of the classics and the hits you love. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hey, so what I need, don't take down now.
If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way I like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight. You're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
I'm one of the greatest, ain't no debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. Been fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Needing someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitating. Pop stars, do a leap with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you
want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating.
best music.
We are Spice FM.
Take off the slow. To make it go. Release the wiggle. Release the wiggle.
You won't break my soul. 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 I'm telling everybody, 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 everybody. Now I just fell in love, and I just quit my job. I'm gonna find a new drive. Damn, they work me so damn hard. Work by 9, then off past 5. Nerves, that's why I cannot sleep at night. Motivation, I'm looking for a new foundation, yeah. And I'm on that new vibration. I'm building my own foundation, yeah. Hold up, oh baby, baby, you won't break my soul. 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 I tell everybody.
Release your mind, release your job, release the time, release your trade, release the stress, release your love, forget the rest.
I'm gonna down my head, cause I lost my mind. B is back and I'm sleeping real good at night. The queen's in the front and the dom's in the back. Ain't taking no flicks, but the whole click snap. There's a whole lot of people in the house, trying to smoke with the yak in your mouth. And we back outside. You said you outside, but you ain't that outside. Worldwide hoodie with the mask outside. In case you forgot how we act outside. Motivation. I found me a new foundation, yeah. Taking my new salvation. And I'ma build my own foundation, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh baby, baby, you won't break my soul. You won't break my soul. You won't break my soul. You won't see it, that we all know. Can't break my soul. If you don't think it, you won't be it. That love ain't yours. Can't break my soul. Trying to fake it never makes it. That we all know. Can't break my soul. You can have the stress and I'll take less. I'll justify love. We go round in circles, searching for love. We go up and down, lost and found, searching for love. Looking for something that lives inside me.
Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan of up to 10 million Kenya shillings from I&M Bank Kenya.
Business News with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. Ministry of Energy officials working jointly with the police have managed to recover tons of vandalized copper winding wire in a crackdown operation in Nairobi. The copper winding wire, usually located in oil-complying transformers, helps in various capacities such as electrical resistance, continuity of insulation, elongation, sponginess, among others. Briefing the press at the 777 Collectors Limited in Tasia Ward, State Department for Energy Principal Secretary Alex Wachira remarked that due to such vandalism of transformers, thousands of Kenyans experience frequent power outages which have affected business adversely. Tea farmers in Nyeri County want individual tea factories given financial autonomy through the amendment of tea management agreement with the Kenya Tea Development Agency. Speaking during a Senate committee hearing on agriculture and livestock in Nyeri, the farmers say the current tea management agreement, which gives KTDA powers to control finances, should be amended and instead the powers be given to directors at factory level. Huawei Digital Power is set to cap the rising cost of electricity for high consumers, including manufacturers, by at least 10% using its latest range of contingency energy packs known as Power S. The new solution, launched in Nairobi, uses Huawei's proprietary Smart Li technology, which has the capacity to store between 10 and 100 kilowatts. The former can light up a home for about 3 hours, while the latter can power up to 50 homes at the same time. Britam is looking for a support analyst with a bachelor's degree in science, engineering, computer science with at least 2 years of experience working in a similar role. Suitable candidates are required to send their CVs and cover letter by 18th of May 2023. Visit jobs.diga.co.ke for more information on these and other jobs. Diga Jobs, your credible and trusted jobs partner.
Spice FM Business.
Business News is sponsored by I&M Bank. Are you an employee in Kenya? Switch to I&M at work today and sign up to Kenya's largest unsecured personal loan today. We offer loan takeovers and top-ups with tenure recalculated from zero. Call 0719 088 000 today. I&M. Tunakujali.
Spice up your life. More of the classics and the hits you love. Spice FM. Everything nice. 94.4. Spice FM.